All right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Lucky Otter. We've got Psy Deathful. We've got Valhalla Vidya. We have Chainsaw, Cash, Coffee, and Chaos in lurk mode. All right. Well, hopefully my voice is buttery and radio enough for you. How's everyone doing today? I have had quite a busy week. You'll notice my thumbnail has like 5 things on it now because I watched 3 movies and we also got the 2 TV shows to talk about, so I had to design a whole new overlay to get that. I don't know if I'm super happy with how it is, but it's a start, you know. I can always replace it later, but anyway, yeah, how's everyone doing today? As I talked about last stream, I am in need of a new stream chair because it broke. I'm currently sitting on a dining room chair, and so I've got the Dono Goal up top, and there is a link you'll see in chat. The Stream Elements bot gave a link to it, and there's also a link in the description below. I'm also going to try and start pushing people to join the Discord. I have the Discord link in the description. All of my links are always in the description of my streams, but go ahead and head on over down there. I also see we have 4 likes, but 5 viewers. Why don't you go ahead and throw it a like? Yeah, so we got some topics to cover today. It looks like the WGA and the AMPTP have been resuming talks. So we'll be going into a bit of that. There's not a lot of information that's come out yet other than that they are talking. So hopefully that leads to a good resolution for the WGA. But we'll get into that. You can hardly see the Dono Goal. I should expand it. Why don't I go ahead and do that right now? Give me a second. I can make it bigger. We'll do that now. Yeah, I just adjusted everything from here, let's make that. Hey, that looks better. And text, let's make the text a little bit bigger. That'll go bigger? Come on. I do dynamics sometimes. Well, anyway. There we go. It's the bar is bigger, at least. The text it's not adjusting when I change the font size, so I don't know why it's not doing that. Anyway, right. Let me go ahead and get started on the topics for today. Oh yeah, that's right. In addition to covering some WGA news, we're also going to be reviewing the films A Haunting in Venice, The Retirement Plan, and The Inventor, as well as Star Wars Ahsoka Episode 6 and the latest episode of Star Trek Lower Decks. But let me go ahead and get the segments going. Okay, so for the last week or so, we've been seeing a lot of talk shows wanting to resume, but then holding off on resuming because of union pressure. We saw Drew Barrymore announce that she was starting her show back up, and then after about a week of pressure, she backed off. And then we saw I think it was The Talk stop, and then Jennifer Hudson's show, they also stopped. And which side am I on of the strike? I'm on the writer's side and the actor's side. Obviously, I'm on the side of the workers. But one further domino has fallen, and that is Bill Maher delays start of real-time citing strike negotiations. Bill Maher has decided to stop the clock on the return of real time. The comedian, who last week vowed to put his topical HBO program back into production, now he says he will delay it for a while longer. My decision to return to work was made when it seemed nothing was happening and there was no end in sight to this strike, he said via social media. Now that both sides have agreed to go back to the negotiating table, I'm going to delay the return of real time for now and hope they can finally get this done. All of TV's late-night series have gone dark in recent months due to the strike, but Maher said he could no longer stand by as so many of his below-the-line crew were going without being paid. Okay, I gotta point out something here, because with my last segment, I covered how Drew Barrymore, as a fourth-generation Hollywood royalty, is worth like $125 million, and she could just pay out of pocket for her crew if she wanted to make sure that they were, you know, able to pay their bills during the strike. And while celebrity net worth sites, they're not exactly reliable, they can usually get like a general ballpark. And I need to point out that Bill Maher, ballpark, $140 million. So if he was actually concerned about his below-the-line workers, he could liquidate some stock and pay them. Just saying, man. In doing so, the iconoclastic host is following the lead of several other prominent hosts who have in recent days opted to halt production plans. Drew Barrymore had planned to start a new cycle of her CBS daytime program, and the network was ready to launch its afternoon series, The Talk. Both changed course after the plan spurred backlash. The WGA said it planned to protest outside any production of real time. Maher had planned a stripped-down show, one that would have been devoid of many of its signature elements. Under his plan, a real-time episode produced during the strike would not have featured any monologues, humor pieces, or the series' flagship segment, New Rules. And I'll say it up front to the audience, the show I will be doing without my writers will not be as good as our normal show full stop, Maher said last week. This is, let's see. Don't think... yeah, I'm not going to cover the rest of this. Anyway, Bill Maher has folded, but don't think that he's actually doing this because it's like, oh, I guess there's now movement and I actually care about the writers. He doesn't care about the writers. I want to show you a photo of him. This is him at a Lakers game. And this, I actually had, hang on, I gotta pull this up. I thought I had the Google image search for it, but I must have closed that tab. So give me a second. There we go. If you don't know who this guy is, this is David Zaslav. He is the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery. He is one of the big villains in this whole fight. And here he is, courtside seats with Bill Maher at a Lakers game, right next to each other, being buddy-buddy. Bill Maher doesn't care about the writers. Bill Maher, I think, is doing this probably because, oh, well, if they're actually talking, maybe there's going to be an end to it, and maybe it'll make me look a little better if I delay it. If the talks end and they don't have a deal in place, he'll just go right back. Okay, mark my words. He's not delaying this for more than a couple of days. Either way, because if they come back and they've got a resolution this week, well, then he can go back to work anyway. And if they don't have a resolution, well, he can be like, okay, well, they're not actually getting anything done. I'm going back to work. So this is a temporary victory, but he doesn't deserve any credit for it. It's purely mercenary on his part. As for the focus of the unions in terms of shows that are starting up production, a big one that has been going on right now is Dancing with the Stars. Dancing with the Stars premiere eyes delay as celebrities begin to drop out amid WGA strike. Now, Dancing with the Stars is a WGA show. It has one staff writer, but it is a WGA staff writer position. And the WGA has been picketing outside of their rehearsals and outside of filming their shows. And they've been pressuring stars who are in it to drop out. And so here we go. The Dancing with the Stars premiere will more than likely be delayed next week as talent has begun dropping out of the show amid rising pressures during the WGA strike. Veep actor Matt Walsh, it's not the racist one, don't worry. This is the not racist Matt Walsh. He's not the one on the Daily Wire. Veep actor Matt Walsh, who's part of the season 32 cast, is taking a pause from the ABC dance competition show until an agreement is made with the WGA. Walsh is a member of WGA, SAG-AFTRA, and the DGA. ABC confirmed to Variety that the network is putting plans in place to postpone the Dancing with the Stars premiere. I am taking a pause from Dancing with the Stars until an agreement is made with the WGA, Walsh told Variety in a statement. I was excited to join the show and did so under the impression that it was not a WGA show and fell under a different agreement. This morning, when I was informed by my union, the WGA, that it is considered struck work, I walked out of my rehearsal. I have been and always will stand with my union members of the WGA, the SAG, and DGA. Beyond our union artists, I am sensitive to the many people impacted by the strike, and I hope for a speedy and fair resolution, and to one day work again with all the wonderful people I met at Dancing with the Stars who tolerated my dancing. So, yes, this is the good Matt Walsh. This is the based Matt Walsh. This is, ironically, hang on, I gotta find this photo. I tweeted this too. Where can I should just pull up my tweet. Hang on. Oh, I forgot actually to tweet out my stream announcements. So, let me go ahead and do that right now. And then I will pull up my tweet. I love that of the two Matt Walshes out there, this is the not racist one. It was an episode of Community where he was a racist gardener, and they put it together afterwards that he was racist by having flashbacks to other things, and here he is, and he's pointing to his chest, he's like, it's going to be a maze. But yes, this is the non-racist Matt Walsh. Give me a second. Just getting everything right. Okay. Dancing with the Stars is a show covered by the WGA because it employs one WGA writer. However, it is worth noting that the show employs roughly 500 staff members in total, including crew members and producers. Performers on Dancing with the Stars, which include the celebrity cast members, hosts, judges, and pro dancers, are all cleared to work on the show under SAG-AFTRA's Network Code Agreement, which is not part of the current strike. The Network Code was ratified in 2022 and does not expire until June 2024. Dancing with the Stars was set to debut with a 2.5-hour premiere on September 26 on ABC and simulcast on Disney+, and earlier this week, sources close to production told Variety that plans are moving ahead to continue the show without its one writer, despite criticism from the WGA. However, as WGA pickets hit DWTS rehearsals this week, sources say that talent has begun to feel uncomfortable participating in the show, and more are considering bowing out as they feel the rising pressure. Sources close to production say it's possible that the show can continue without Walsh, but if more celebrities begin to drop out, that will create further complications for production because the show is contingent upon its cast. True. They should be bowing out. However, a large concern is the ongoing situation is the crew on Dancing with the Stars, given that the production employs roughly 500 people. Everyone's focus is to keep 500 people employed, a production source previously told Variety. Yes, but it's a union show. You've got a writer strike going on. You have a writer for the show who is currently striking. So, TV writer David Slack, a WGA member who is not involved in the current negotiations, tweeted on Thursday to shine a light on the importance of the one writer's work on Dancing with the Stars. Just one writer, but more than 50 writers picketed the rehearsal to protect that writer's job, Slack tweeted. Because if you mess with one of us, you answer to all of us. Solidarity. Do we have anything more? Is this? Oh, here we are. Spokesperson for the WGA did not respond to comment. The two hosts, 3 judges, and all of the professional dancers are all members of SAG-AFTRA. Much of the celebrity lineup for season 32 are part of SAG-AFTRA, including Walsh, Allison Hannigan, Jamie Lynn Spears, Barry Williams, Matt Walsh. Oh, come on. Is there a copy editor here? You said including Walsh, and then you said Matt Walsh down here. Unless they've got both Matt Walshes this season, you messed up. Mira Sorvino, Ariana Maddox, and Xochitl Gomez. Let's see. Technically, any celebrity cast member that might back out of DWTS because of the WGA strike would be in breach of contract for refusing to work because of the no strike clause in SAG-AFTRA's network code, but a source close to the show says that production is being supportive of any talent with concerns amid WGA picketing and intends to defend the right to work on the show, given that SAG-AFTRA has informed its members that they are allowed to continue working under the network code during its ongoing strike. Spokesperson for SAG-AFTRA did not respond to numerous requests for comment. And yes, actually I've got over here that says SAG-AFTRA backs actors appearing on ABC show. I will point out this the phrasing of this article, SAG-AFTRA backs actors appearing on ABC show. It's a little bit more neutral than that. I'm not going to read this whole article, but here's the actual text of what they said. We support them in fulfilling their contractual obligations, the union noted. The majority of our members on Dancing with the Stars had contractual obligations to the show prior to the strike. Many are under option agreements that require them to return to the show if the producer exercises their option, which the producer has done. So what SAG-AFTRA is saying is, yeah, you have a contract. You have a contract and you aren't striking for this contract. So yes, if you are under a contract that you have to fulfill, then you have to fulfill it. That's not saying, hey, go do this. It's saying, if you are contractually obligated to, then yeah, I guess. But that's not the same thing as saying, oh yeah, go for it. You're totally good. You know, that's more of a understanding you're kind of in a dicey situation there. But anyway, yeah, it looks like Dancing with the Stars is the current target. And good on Matt Walsh for dropping out. And we'll see who else drops out. But as for the strike negotiations themselves, the last 2 days, the WGA and the AMPTP have been in negotiations. And here we've got CEOs return to WGA talks as some movement seen toward a deal. We'll see how true that is. I don't know. 4 Hollywood CEOs returned to the bargaining table Thursday for a second day of talks with the Writers Guild of America as the industry looked for signs of progress toward a deal that would end the 143-day strike. Sources said the studios made moves in multiple areas that they hoped would be enough to break the logjam, but it remained unclear if WGA leaders would see the AMPTP's latest proposals and modifications as sufficient to meet writers' demands. The CEOs who attended the session in Sherman Oaks were once again Bob Iger of Disney, David Zaslav of Warner Bros. Discovery, Donald Langley of NBC Universal, and Ted Sarandos of Netflix. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers was said to have offered a success-based residual that would take the form of a bonus for streaming shows that reach certain audience thresholds. The WGA has proposed a viewership-based residual that would increase a set amount for every 2.5 million views, where a view would be counted as any time someone watched at least half the program. I actually saw somebody propose a metric for judging a view as just taking the length of a show and dividing the total watch hours of that show by the length of that particular show, and that makes it one view. Although I guess for this one, this would probably end up counting as less total views than the way that they were judging it, because if you've got like 10 people who only watch like the first 5 minutes of a 50-minute show, under the proposal where they count view time over view length, that would count as one view, whereas on this proposal, none of those would count as a view. So, you know, that would be more generous. So, but I could imagine this being kind of like a compromise proposal for that. The WGA has also demanded a minimum staff size for every TV show, which would increase with the number of episodes in a season. The AMPTP has countered that staffing decisions should be left up to the showrunner rather than determined by a one-size-fits-all formula. The Studio Alliance was believed to be holding to that general position, though it may have made some movement on its offer. This is all speculation. The two sides also spent a portion of Wednesday's session discussing artificial intelligence. The AMPTP has previously said that the sides were close to an agreement that would allow writers to use AI without impacting their pay or credit. They don't want to use AI. Why? Why would you have this agreement when the writers don't want to use AI? The key sticking point has been the WGA's demand that AI systems not be allowed to train on writers' scripts. If the studios are able to resolve that issue with the writers, it could be helpful in addressing the same concern with SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA has even deeper concerns about the use of AI to replicate actors' likenesses, and has also raised alarms over AI training. The movement has generated considerable optimism that a deal could be at hand, with some predicting a tentative agreement could even be reached on Thursday. I could refresh. This was posted at noon. Actually, I think I will check to see if there's any update, because it is after 5 now, so any negotiations today would probably have ended by the day. The WGA has poured cold water on that, with some leaders suggesting on Twitter that the rumors are only meant to raise hopes and make the WGA look unreasonable if it rejects the latest offer. Hey, Paco, welcome in. So let's actually go ahead and do that. Let's go to the Variety front page, Strike Central. Yep, no further update. So that's something that I've noticed people talking about, is that the AMPTP will like lay out these little breadcrumbs saying, oh, it looks like we're close to a deal, and then it doesn't happen, and they make it look like the WGA is being unreasonable in their demands, and people are like, oh, I was so hopeful that we were close to a resolution, but the WGA won't do it, so I guess we'll get frustrated with the WGA. Don't believe any of that. Don't listen to the AMPTP saying they're close to a deal, because that's just a negotiating tactic to get public pressure on the WGA to accept whatever pittance they're offered. And I have seen people talking about how SAG-AFTRA and the WGA are actually trying to push the breakup of the AMPTP, because being able to negotiate with individual studios would put the unions in a better spot. And actually, as we'll see here, the Iron Claw has secured a SAG-AFTRA interim agreement that allows the stars to promote the movie, since it is being released by A24, who has agreed to SAG's proposal. We've seen a lot of independent productions, or productions that are operated outside of the AMPTP, that they are allowed to continue production because they have accepted all of SAG-AFTRA's demands that they are asking of the AMPTP. And we're seeing talks of people like trying to pressure some of the studios to leave the AMPTP just to negotiate with unions on their own, because it seems like a lot of the big players are the ones calling the shots, when a lot of smaller studios would be like, look, we'd be happy to meet you guys where you're at on these talking points, but you know, we're all aligned with Ted Sarandos and David Zaslav and Bob Iger, so we don't get to have that. But seeing things like A24, which is an independent studio which releases quite a bit of movies these days, I don't know, it's hopeful. I would love to break up the growing, not quite monopoly, but I mean, it is kind of a growing monopoly. Companies keep buying each other out, and Disney keeps trying to swallow the rest of Hollywood all under its banner, and same with, you know, Warner Brothers Discovery and, you know, Viacom and all of them. Yeah, it's, you know, antitrust used to be taken seriously in this country, and it would be great to see some political will on that front. I remember just 20 years ago, Microsoft was being threatened to be broken up because they packaged Internet Explorer with Windows. And the idea that that kind of a lawsuit could happen today is unthinkable. It would be nice. Now, I've got a couple other things that I wanted to talk about kind of as a separate segment. This is my kind of the end of my major Hollywood on Strike thing, but I've been talking a lot about the AMPTP, and there is this article that the Hollywood Reporter put out last week called Unmasking the AMPTP, Hollywood Labor's Opaque Nemesis. And I thought I might go over this. I haven't read this, but it is kind of a longer article if people were interested in doing that. But I also have a labor story that's actually unrelated to Hollywood. It's about the United Auto Workers that I thought I might get into. So why don't I go ahead and I'll save that one, the AMPTP one. Here, let me take the... Just a second here. Let me change this since I am done with that segment. Here we go. So, the United Auto Workers is on strike right now. They're on strike against the big three, which is, I think, Ford, Dodge, and... Hang on, I gotta Google this, and then I'm gonna start this intro over. Because this is actually kind of ancillary to it. General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. Okay, all right. Starting over. Okay, so the United Auto Workers are on strike right now against the big three: General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis. And it's looking like we're just kind of in the big summer, although I guess, is it fall now, of strikes. And this one really could change everything. I think they're pushing for a 4-day work week, which, if they get that, that could see some major movement nationwide toward a 4-day work week, which, oh, that would be great. But I say all this not to get too deep into the UAW strike, because I haven't looked too deeply into it myself. In fact, I just restarted this intro because I didn't even know who the big three were. But I just wanted to give a little bit of an intro on the UAW, because they've got they've done something pretty funny today, actually. UAW files labor complaint against Senator Tim Scott for saying, "You strike, you're fired." Telling workers they'll be fired for striking is violating federal labor law, and that's not something becoming of a senator. After invoking the legacy of Ronald Reagan to suggest that striking United Auto Workers members should be fired for demanding higher wages, Senator Tim Scott may soon find himself before the National Labor Relations Board. On Thursday, Sean Fain, the president of UAW, filed a complaint claiming that Scott's utterance violated federal labor law. Under the National Labor Relations Act, or NLRA, anyone can file a charge against an employer even if they do not work for that employer. And because he is running for president, he has a campaign, and campaigns are organized as businesses, which means that Tim Scott, as the owner and operator of a business of campaigning for president, has signaled that if you strike, you're fired. The complaint accuses Scott of violating the section of the NLRA that lays out employees' rights to participate in labor actions. Within the past 6 months, the employer has interfered with, restrained, or coerced employees in the exercise of the rights guaranteed in Section 7 of the Act. On Monday, September 18th, 2023, Tim Scott threatened employees with adverse consequences if they engage in protected, concerted activity by publicly responding to a question about striking workers as follows: "You strike, you're fired." The complaint was filed against Scott in his capacity as a representative for Tim Scott for America. In addition to being a senator representing the state of South Carolina, Scott is running for president, making him an employer as well. The premise of the complaint is that Scott's comments could be construed as a direct threat against his campaign staffers, whose right to strike is enshrined in federal law. Scott's comments appear to violate these laws, said Benjamin Sachs, a professor of labor law at Harvard University. The statement is direct as "if you strike, you're fired" and is textbook unfair labor practice language because workers can't be fired for striking, Sachs told The Intercept. If a reasonable employee could interpret the statement as "if I strike, I'm fired," then it is without a doubt an unfair labor practice violation. Ooh, I love it. You love to see it. And especially against Republicans. You'll love to see that happen against Republicans. Sachs added that the National Labor Relations Board would likely rule that Scott must cease and desist from making similar comments and also inform employees of his violation in writing. In some cases, and this NLRB General Counsel seems more amenable to this, the employer is compelled to read their violation out loud or communicate it verbally to their employees, Sachs said, referring to the NLRB's top lawyer, Jennifer Abruzzo. Scott did not immediately respond to The Intercept's request for comment. He made his remarks on Monday after he was asked at a campaign event about whether he would pick a side in the UAW's ongoing strike against the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. In response to the question, Scott referenced Reagan's 1981 decision to fire over 10,000 striking air traffic controllers. I think Ronald Reagan gave us a great example when federal employees decided they were going to strike, Scott said. You strike, you're fired. Simple concept to me to the extent that we can use that once again. Demon. Literal demon. Absolute demon. Telling workers they'll be fired for striking is violating federal labor law, and that's not something becoming of a senator, Sachs said. Scott went on to denigrate the UAW's 150,000 workers. That is a huge strike. Oh my god. Whose demands include a pay increase, the elimination of tiered pay scales, and the restoration of strong benefits. The other things that are really important in that deal is that they want more money working fewer hours. They want more benefits working fewer days. In America, that doesn't make sense, the senator says. That's not common sense. No, that's, yeah, that sounds like something that a Republican would say. Common sense is something that Republicans like to say a lot, because it doesn't have to have like a definitive definition, right? It's common sense because it feels right. It's common sense because, well, that's the way we've always done it. It's common sense because it's directly intuitive, but in reality, things don't operate that way. If you look at like the higher level sciences, if you look at say things like quantum mechanics and particle physics, things don't operate on an intuitive level. You actually have to do a lot of research to find out the actual truth of how reality works. And the same goes in things like economics. Okay? What sounds like a truism, what sounds like a reasonable thing for your average person to believe, what sounds like common sense may not actually be common sense. When you hear, oh, well, you know, if people are working less, well, that's going to hurt the economy. That you don't get paid more for working less, but if people are working nonstop and they don't have any opportunity for leisure, and they don't have spending money for that leisure time, well, then they can't go out and spend that money at other businesses. But if they're working less hours, they have more time to themselves and more money, they can go and spread that money around. Like, when rich people get more money, they hoard it in offshore payments, right? But when poor people get more money, they spend it immediately, which circulates it around and goes to other poorer people who then spend it immediately and keeps it in circulation. So, yeah, wanting more benefits, working fewer days, that does make sense. That actually helps boost the economy. The UAW strike started last week after the union's contracts expired on Thursday night. 3 auto plants have gone on strike so far, with more slated to join on Friday as the big 3 auto manufacturers continue to refuse to meet workers' demands. In an interview with Status Quo on Wednesday, that's a cool name, Status Quo, Fame told reporters that the strike is about more than just the auto workers' current contract negotiations, it's also about pushing the boundaries of the possible. When I hear the phrase, live to fight another day, I want to literally beat the shit out of somebody, Fane said. It would drive me up a wall when I would hear later say, live another day. Another day came and went over and over and no one fought. This is our time. We call this our generation defining moment. This is it. The sky has to be the limit. Yes. As my channel is primarily focused on entertainment news, I don't know how much of the UAW strike I'm going to be covering, but it is a big strike going on, and I felt seeing its intersection with the current Republican primary slate, I definitely wanted to bring attention to this, because if a presidential candidate can get in legal trouble for anti-union talking points, that's great, and you love to see it. Okay. Give me a second. What is my next segment? Okay, so I've got the AMPTP thing. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that one ready to go. Okay. So I cover the Hollywood strikes quite a lot on this channel. It's probably about half of my videos are either covering the strike and the other half are reviewing stuff. And you'll notice that I am constantly referring to the AMPTP, which is the American Motion Picture and Television Producer, or no, the not American. Is it the Association? I say it so often. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. Thank you. That A threw me off. Okay. They are a group of the largest studios in Hollywood, all joins together to negotiate with the unions as a block. It's basically like a union, but for the big companies to represent their interests rather than the workers' interests. And I mention them quite a bit on the stream, but not a lot of people really know who or what they are. And there was a article that came to my attention this week while I was doing research for topics, and it looks like it is a rather in-depth article covering the AMPTP. It says, Unmasking the AMPTP, Hollywood Labor's Opaque Nemesis. So I thought, I have not actually read all of this, but I thought it would be interesting to go in, and it'll be a bit of a research stream / later video. And let's go ahead and dig in and find out more about what they are. But before I do that, I need to mute something on my end, because I had another window open that was making noise, and that was bugging me. This won't go in the live stream. Okay, Benefit the Potato, welcome to chat, says, unions for everyone except cops and corporations. Yeah, I think I agree there. Okay, so during the double strike, a studio bargaining coalition run by lawyers and located in a suburban shopping mall has been portrayed by the unions as a James Bond villain set on breaking their solidarity. The Hollywood Reporter peeks behind the curtain. Now, I should point out that while this is an article trying to go into the inner workings of the AMPTP, that this is a Hollywood Reporter article, and the Hollywood Reporter, as well as Deadline and Variety, are all owned by Penske Media, which also owns Dick Clark Productions, which is a member of the AMPTP. So while individual reporters aren't necessarily going to have a bias toward or against the AMPTP, there's always going to be editorial decisions made in what stories get covered and who gets favorable coverage and who doesn't get favorable coverage. I gather from just the tone of the headline here that this isn't necessarily going to be favorable to the AMPTP, but that is something that I always need to take notice of, because a lot of the stories that I get are from those big three newspapers, because they are the big entertainment industry newspapers. They're the ones that, they're based in Hollywood. They're the ones going out and they know people. They talk to people. So a lot of the information comes through here, but you always have to keep in mind that because they're all owned by the same parent company, there are financial incentives in play. But let's get into it. On September 8th, more than 4 months into a historic Hollywood labor battle, the Writers Guild of America turned a Klieg light on its adversary, the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. Citing behind-the-scenes conversations the union's leaders were allegedly having with unidentified legacy studio executives, its negotiating committee said in a bulletin to its members that the standstill is the result of the trade association's own paralysis, pointing to the AMPTP's disparate business models and interests, as well as different histories and relationships with unions. The WGA, calling for direct negotiations with individual companies, added that the legacy studios are more amenable to its proposals than other companies, but are hamstrung by the hardliners in their caucus. The labor group's subtext: it's looking to dismantle its nemesis. In response, the AMPTP insisted its constituent companies are aligned, and any suggestion to the contrary is false. Still, multiple studio insiders say that in recent weeks, Ted Sarandos, frustrated by a lack of progress in negotiations, has grumbled about Netflix leaving the AMPTP to pursue its own deal. Though they add that this inclination has seemingly passed. Netflix declines to comment. And also, I should point out that as of this afternoon, Ted Sarandos was in talks with the WGA as part of the AMPTP. Typically a humdrum and ignored epicenter of contract lawyering situated in a suburban shopping mall, the AMPTP has lately taken on a spectre-like aura among union members, its president Carol Lombardini emerging as the starring Bond villain of Hollywood's dual strike saga. SAG-AFTRA walked in July when its own demands weren't met. The little is known or understood of the AMPTP and its Byzantine operations, not just by those outside the business, but even by those long employed within it, adds to the frustration and intrigue that swirl around the alliance. 8 companies constitute the organization's Class A members that, along with top AMPTP staffers, call the shots during negotiations. Disney, NBC Universal, Paramount, Sony, Netflix, Amazon, Apple, and Warner Bros. Discovery. Amazon and Apple, those seem, those are big companies, but not for the entertainment industry. I mean, they have been able to leverage their gigantic, Amazon and Apple are like the 2 largest companies on the planet, right? So they've definitely been able to leverage that total economic power into the entertainment industry. But it is interesting to see that all of these other companies, well, Sony, I guess, does basically everything, but still, Sony has had a media presence for a long time. Amazon and Apple are kind of newcomers to the scene. It's interesting to see everyone else is like, yes, those have all been making movies and TV shows forever, and then Amazon and Apple. It's one of the most, if not the most powerful multi-employer associations in the world, says a union negotiating committee member. As the dual strikes drag on... Oh, hang on. Didn't Amazon buy Love Film, which was how they broke in? I don't know. I don't know what Love Film is. But Amazon has always grown either by undercutting its competition or buying its competition, so that wouldn't surprise me. As the dual strikes drag on, questions are emerging about the association, its composition, and its efficacy. The AMPTP definitely has a very valuable place in our industry and in collective bargaining negotiations because of the decades of knowledge of experience, says Loeb & Loeb Entertainment Labor Chair Ivy Kagan-Bierman, who turns to the organization's extensive records of past negotiations and arbitration decisions for her work. There's strength in solidarity. At the same time, I think that many people are taking a fresh look at this in light of the fact that we're now at a place in our industry where these deals are not getting done, and we have dual strikes going on longer than I think all of us would have hoped. The AMPTP declines to comment for this story. Well, that's interesting. Declined to comment when the company that's talking to you is part of you. In early 2008, during the middle of the previous WGA strike, the AMPTP and its sister organization, the Motion Picture Association, sublet more than 100,000 square feet of office space from Warner Brothers at the Sherman Oaks Galleria, a mall also inhabited by the Cheesecake Factory and P.F. Chang's. But this discreet present, their office space is at a mall. That's funny. This discreet presence, not even a logo is displayed, belies the AMPTP's key role in the industry as it negotiates 58 ongoing contracts on behalf of hundreds of production companies. I'm sorry, it's just the Cheesecake Factory and P.F. Chang's. I'm just imagining all of these negotiations going on at, like, the Cheesecake Factory. Like, oh yeah, no, let's just step outside the office and grab some P.F. Chang's. We're good. Maybe they're really lucky and there is going to be a rainforest cafe, you know, for the ambiance. You got to have your animatronic jungle animals, you know. The association has existed in different forms and under a variety of unwieldy names for nearly a century, but its prime mandate has remained labor contract negotiation. In 1982, 2 separate industry bargaining representatives merged, and the current iteration of the AMPTP was born. Management felt that unification would strengthen its hand, thereby making strikes less likely in the future, explained Lombardini's predecessor, former AMPTP president Nick Counter, in a conference paper. Previously, unions had been able to play the 2 industry groups off each other, he argued, which proved to be a successful bargaining strategy. Yeah, that definitely seems like something they'd like to return to, as it said earlier, where Ted Sarandos was grumbling about the negotiations and was possibly thinking to leave. The past few years have once again reshaped the alliance as the entertainment and production subsidiaries of tech companies Amazon and Apple have joined, as well as streamer Netflix, which entered the fold in 2021. The AMPTP board, populated by representatives from its top companies, has voted in these companies as Class A members, explains a management side source with knowledge of the group, a sign of respect, and potentially also fear. When the AMPTP board decides whether to admit another studio as a member, the calculus is this studio a significant enough player that they could potentially prejudice our interests by negotiating separately, as opposed to being in the tent with us, says this insider. Netflix would definitely be one of those concerns for them. These new members and their inherent tensions with the traditional studio participants, who are their fierce competitors, have led some prominent industry voices, including IAC chairman and former Paramount and Fox leader Barry Diller, to suggest that certain legacy studio AMPTP member companies strike their own deals with the unions. When Diller ran Paramount decades ago, he and then Universal chief Lou Wasserman both pulled out of the AMPTP. Judging by the WGA negotiating committee's September missive to members, the writers would again welcome such a fracture. The WGA's current position is that the AMPTP engages in what U.S. labor law considers coordinated bargaining, where members can leave the coalition at any point, and also that the union is within its rights to negotiate with individual entertainment companies. The AMPTP enjoys perennial home court advantage during contract talks with unions by offering substantial dedicated space for marathon negotiating sessions. Dozens of representatives, lawyers, executives, note-takers, and others can be present for each side in the primary room where bargaining occurs, even as the number varies according to the contract under negotiation. The recent SAG-AFTRA negotiations saw upwards of 50 people representing the union, with less in attendance on behalf of the AMPTP and others signing in on Zoom. The sides face each other across the table with their leaders at the center. Major companies' representatives are in front alongside Lombardini and her number 2 AMPTP Senior VP Business Affairs Tracy Cahill, with secondary and tertiary participants seated behind. For some reason, just the details of who's sitting where and who's in the room. I'm going to be a bit of a theater nerd here, but I'm just thinking I want to be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens, the room where it happens. The union's lead negotiators and their top lieutenants, meanwhile, sit across from their studio counterparts in the center with a similar tiered arrangement behind them, except that the labor side's third row consists of single-occupancy, school-style desks rather than a long table per several sources. This discrepancy irks some on the labor side of these negotiations. It feels very infantilizing, says SAG-AFTRA negotiating committee member Sean Sharma. Yeah, sitting in a school desk? Is it a half desk, or do you get a drawer? I'm just like... Is it only enough that you can write on a piece of paper, or can you hide snacks in there? That's what I want to know. The WGA and SAG-AFTRA instructs their negotiating teams not to show emotion in the room, which could give away or miscommunicate what the union's reception may be to various statements or proposals. It's like the Roman Forum. It's built for intimidation, and it's effective, says another union insider of the room, who notes that management meets among themselves in the space while labor assembles in another part of the building. So every time you negotiate, you come into their room. Recording is not allowed inside, so each side takes its own notes, both for present purposes and because they can be helpful in any potential future arbitrations, where records of what each side meant and understood about various agreements at the time are key. Lombardini herself is said to be a prolific note-taker during negotiations. And this is Carol Lombardini right here. Yeah, she looks Italian enough. Typically, the negotiations begin with both management and labor exchanging proposal packages, followed by negotiators explaining each point to the other side in the main auditorium-like chamber. The parties then confer among themselves in what is referred to as a caucus to determine potential edits, rejections, and counteroffers to the various proposals. One entertainment union sweeps the caucus spaces provided for their internal deliberations for bugs, while another group brought white noise machines to make their negotiating team feel more comfortable. Explains one union negotiator, "We take what they want, we discuss it in the room. Can we work around this, or is this impossible? Can we bundle this because there's other stuff we want? Maybe we can bundle a little bit of their stuff and a little bit of our stuff to move us forward." Sometimes issues get referred to a committee where a smaller group of AMPTP and union officials attempts to work out a compromise on specialized points. When the two parties want to discuss a topic in a smaller setting, sometimes when they're getting closer to a tentative agreement on particular proposals, they engage in a so-called sidebar where only the chief negotiators on each side and perhaps a few others meet to hash out the issues. Sometimes sidebars are on the record, meaning they can be enshrined in the bargaining history of the negotiations, whereas most are off-the-record conversations that go into both sides' notes, but will not be officially memorialized. The overall tone of the negotiations tends to be lawyerly, dry, and cordial, though sometimes discussions can get heated according to participants. There definitely are times when tempers flare, says the union negotiator. But the management side, meanwhile, sometimes feels that top labor negotiators are simply performing for the negotiating committees and members. As chief negotiator for the AMPTP, Lombardini's job is, in part, to listen to the objectives on both sides and propose solutions that will persuade union leaders to recommend an agreement to their members and get it ratified, as well as satisfy corporate on the management side. After all, the AMPTP negotiates not only with union leaders, but itself. The company's respective heads of labor relations must find consensus among themselves on often evolving proposals and counteroffers, and sell them to their own C-suites, each of which evaluates the potential deals based on different corporate goals. CEOs typically sign off on the AMPTP's bargaining goals before negotiations, says a management side source with knowledge of the AMPTP, giving company labor relations executives direction and a certain degree of latitude in talks. Primarily, it's shuttle diplomacy, with individual company labor representatives speaking to their own individual CEOs, and then coming back into the AMPTP room armed with the level of authority that they have, the source adds. When it comes to major decisions on how to break an impasse like those in the current WGA and SAG-AFTRA negotiations, companies' top leaders tend to get involved, hence the much chatted about recent CEO-only conclaves. Yeah, I've heard about those. Hopefully, a lot of that was very dry stuff. Hopefully we're going to get to something a little bit more meaty, but here we go. Lombardini, an AMPTP lifer who joined the organization when it began in '82 and spent years as its second-in-command before ascending to the presidency in 2009, is known to be politic in her approach. Though she speaks to company CEOs as needed, she spends most of her time with this group of labor relations executives, navigating their various mandates and attempting to keep the group united. Meanwhile, in her dealings with the unions, Lombardini is known for her school teacher demeanor, a stickler for correct grammar and punctuation who's drawn eye rolls for prompting her labor counterparts to recite Good Morning Carol. Oh my god. She has set up the negotiating room to put all of the union representatives in classroom desks and say Good Morning Carol every time they meet. That is psychotic. Oh my god. If this is your school teacher, fucking run. Carol has this horrible job whipping everyone into shape and finding common ground, explains ABC's longtime labor chief, Jeff Ruthizer. Ruthizer? I like Ruthizer because I like the idea that he's got like a little ray gun that turns people into Ruth. You've been Ruthized. Who retired in 2009 and last year published Labor Pains, a memoir of decades of union wrangling. He adds of his former colleagues, these people in the room represent the views of their leaders. They aren't operating on their own, but with the sanction of CEOs. It's very stressful. Adds another management side investor, you've got a whole bunch of companies that have different interests that are trying to put a unified case forward. But that's the miracle of Carol Lombardini, that she's able to do that because they don't all have the same interests. Miracle or not, for this task, she is compensated with an annual salary of more than $3.1 million, according to the nonprofit's most recent available IRS filing. By comparison, the highest paid across the table the Hollywood labor leader, SAG-AFTRA National Executive Director Duncan Crabtree Ireland, made $772,000 in the same year. Oh my god. Yeah, that makes sense. The money is on the studio's side. Jesus. $3 million a year. And she's not doing a very great job this year because they've been on strike for half of it. Her current husband is a seasoned employment attorney, a partner emeritus at Mitchell, Silberberg, and Knupp. He has himself represented studios in industry-wide arbitrations with labor groups as well as in class action, wage, and age discrimination cases. MSK, where Lombardini's deputy Cahill and her predecessor Counter also previously worked, has represented AMPTP for decades. During its talks with the AMPTP this year, the Writers Guild has referred to the organization's so-called playbook of tactics during negotiations. When pressed on what that strategy generally looks like, union sources say it involves trying to maintain the status quo or finding cost-cutting efficiencies in their deal, as well as trying to divide the various entertainment unions and even pitting factions within their memberships against one another. And we've seen bits of that. Like, Variety has run several stories in which anonymous showrunners, that's one of the things that they've been going for, is because the studios really hate the writer room size mandate, and so what they've done is they've gone and found showrunners who won't give their names on the record but will speak under condition of anonymity, saying, oh no, I don't want people to tell me how many writers I'm supposed to have on my staff. What if I just want to do it myself, or what if I just have a very select team? But they never were willing to go on the record, and it's always I think they got at most 7 showrunners to talk to. It's in Hollywood, so there's a lot of showrunners. So getting gripes from a couple, that definitely, when I read that article, and I'm pretty sure that was in a video I released a couple weeks ago, that definitely seems to me to be Variety working as an arm of the AMPTP to do just this. As a labor side source close to the WGA negotiations, in typical pattern bargaining, a union chooses the employer that it thinks it can get the best deal with, which it patterns to the rest of the employers. That is turned on its head in this industry. In June, the AMPTP struck a deal with the WGA, historically Hollywood's most management amenable. Its contract terms have drawn public as well as private criticism among fellow entertainment unionists who believe it undercuts their own efforts. Yeah, the WGA took their deal this year, and it wasn't a great deal, but directors tend to get paid more anyway, and directors tend to, work more closely with the producers. Directors themselves are kind of in a managerial class, so even though it is a lot of work, they're still basically running the show. So the WGA is generally not seen as a reliable union for SAG and WGA when they're looking for solidarity in that regard. One management side source disagrees that there even is a playbook, contending that there's no such thing because there's just too many different voices in the room. A difficulty compounded by the fact that the AMPTP is said to operate on basis of unanimity. Why I am blanking on how to pronounce that word. If I had looked at it 5 minutes ago, it would have been fine. Unanimity. Making sure all top member companies agree on significant decisions. Sources on both sides do agree, however, that the member companies have in the past emphasized economic headwinds during negotiations to achieve their goals. If the AMPTP does have a classic playbook for negotiations, 2023 is pushing that strategy to its limit, presenting the organization with an ongoing double work stoppage not seen in more than 6 decades. Talks sputtering and restarting, possibly next week. Oh yeah, this came out last week, so the talks are going on right now with the WGA. And the consequences snowballing, from industry members taking on second jobs and queuing up at food drives to the fall television season in shambles. Even after the current strikes are resolved, multiple sources suggest the AMPTP may undergo significant changes. Thence, one high-level management side source with knowledge of the current state of play: companies have to push Carol out of her comfort zone. Carol works from an old-fashioned playbook, and she thinks taking 3 weeks to respond is okay. She's never dealt with tech companies. Kagan Bierman, who is not in the room during AMPTP negotiations but represents a host of major companies in labor matters, says she's very concerned for the industry given the state of labor management relations and a breakdown in trust between the two sides. Her hope, she says, is that the parties rebuild confidence in one another and get to deals. But if we stay in this moment in our industry where there's a breakdown of trust and a breakdown of collaboration, I don't know how the AMPTP can negotiate these deals. That's where we are right now. Okay, so that was the article there. My takeaway from this is that it sounds like there's a big split in terms of ideology on how to handle these labor negotiations between the old guard and the tech companies that have recently come into the entertainment industry. And Carol Lombardini, just from what I've heard about her, that she treats negotiations like she's a school marm, making sure everyone is using the proper grammar and dotting their I's and crossing their T's and raising their hand before they speak, I'm sure. But yeah, I think the ultimate ideal would just be to see the dissolution of the AMPTP or seeing a significant fracture in it. And I can't imagine after these strikes are resolved that the status quo is going to remain here. Particularly because SAG-AFTRA has been making deals with independent studios to continue filming, even to allow people to promote their stuff, like I covered in my other segment here. But the Iron Claw has secured a SAG-AFTRA interim agreement that allows the stars to promote the movie since it is being released by A24, who has agreed to SAG's proposal. Yeah, so seeing more studios being willing to negotiate directly with the WGA rather than signing on to the AMPTP, they're certainly going to be making money by being allowed to do their jobs, by being allowed to produce things. Meanwhile, everyone signed on to the AMPTP. Well, they haven't been able to get anything done in months. So I don't think they're doing a very good job here, just in terms of protecting their own interests, But when I say the AMPTP in my videos, this is who they are. So I've learned something here. Hopefully, so have you. This was an article by The Hollywood Reporter, written by Gary Baum and Katie Kilkenny, and I think down here it said Kim Masters contributed to this report. So I will be linking this article in the description on the video itself, since I read the whole thing and it was a deep dive into it myself. But now you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Oh, no, that's not the one I wanted to hide. That's the one I wanted to hide. Or, no, I just deleted it. Okay, sorry. I think that should be it for the news segments. But that's not all of my segments. I was thinking, man, it's only an hour and I'm done with everything. But then I remembered I have movies to review. So let's get into that. I haven't seen Death on the Nile, but I did see Murder on the Orient Express, and I quite liked it. It was a good use of a star-studded cast where everyone has hidden motivations, twists and turns, just enough hints peppered throughout that one could theoretically piece together the solution themselves. And this is the third movie in the Kenneth Branagh, Hercule Poirot. Don't hate me, I'm not French. Or Belgian, I think is his character. Yeah, this is the third film in this film franchise. Given the nature of these Agatha Christie stories, you don't necessarily need to have seen the previous ones. Like I said, I haven't seen Death on the Nile. The only really big recurring thing is the character of Hercule Poirot, who you kind of get his character, his little eccentricities. I would say I would recommend watching Murder on the Orient Express, because that one does a lot more of just establishing who he is. This one kind of goes into it, assuming you've seen at least one of the others and you know a little bit more about him. But this is an interesting one because they went for a more horror spin on a murder mystery. If you've seen the trailer for it, it's cut like a horror movie. And it's interesting and kind of ironic because murder itself seems to be a natural subject of horror, but whodunits are often like a very whimsical approach on it. And this one decided to go a little bit more into, the horror genre. Now, the movie is ostensibly based on the Agatha Christie novel Halloween Party, but I read a plot synopsis of that, and best as I can tell, the only real connection is character names, setting it at Halloween, and there's a few plot elements such as blackmail and using an apple bob to try and drown someone. But other than that, it is a completely new story. Like, the original story wasn't even set in Venice. They decided to do that to kind of continue the theme of setting it in, some fantastical place, like the Orient Express or a boat on the Nile, all that stuff. So, as for the cast, it's not quite as star-studded as before. Murder on the Orient Express, basically everyone there is like, oh, I know that person, I know that person, I know that person. Here, the main actor that you will recognize from something else is Tina Fey, who plays the character of Ariadne Oliver, who is actually a recurring character in Agatha Christie novels, and she's actually kind of an Agatha Christie self-insert. She is a murder mystery novelist who, in the film, she's basically the reason that Hercule Poirot is famous. She wrote about him, and so that's why everyone knows who he is. And she enlists him to try and discredit a psychic medium. She invites him to a seance, and initially he doesn't want to. He's actually retired. He's not taking cases anymore. He's hired a bodyguard to throw people into the river if they try and get him to take on a case. But something about the this medium where Ariadne's like, look, I need you here because I've seen her a couple of times, and I'm a skeptic, but I can't make heads or tails of it, and if you can't figure it out, I might just become a believer. And that's actually kind of one of the themes of the film, is that the struggle between rationality and faith. And it actually becomes pretty personal for Poirot himself, because there's a character in this film who he's a doctor, and he served in World War II, and he has PTSD from that. And he and Poirot kind of see a little bit of each other in themselves, because basically everywhere Poirot goes, death follows him. And so they are both kind of haunted by their past in that way. And because the whole setting of this, the haunting in Venice, it's the idea that this building has had a lot of death in it, and so there's the ghosts of children haunting it. And he doesn't want to believe it, but also Hercule, it's not that he doesn't want to believe in ghosts, it's that he has seen no evidence for them. He actually wants there to be something after death. He just is either convinced that there isn't, or is not convinced that there is. And it's kind of, the what's the difference between an agnostic and a Gnostic atheist. And that's kind of, something with him where he's like, no, I don't believe, but it kind of is sad that there isn't anything after that. And I kind of assumed that this movie was going to go in a Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes way, the first movie in the Sherlock Holmes Robert Downey Jr. series, where the villain had presented himself as this black magician, where it turned out he was actually just using theatrical tricks to make people think he was using dark magic, but in reality there was no magic whatsoever. And I assumed that was going to be the ultimate resolution of this film, and there is an explanation for pretty much most of the supernatural stuff that you see going on, but it still ends it a little bit ambiguously, where there still could be these haunted children's ghosts going on here. You're not 100% convinced that it's not something going on. And speaking of, children and a horror movie, there's this little precocious kid in the film who's like, he is so creepy in his intelligence that I was half suspecting he's the murderer for like a big part of the film's run. And I also think like people going into this might find this character to be unrealistic because the kid's like, I don't know, 8 or 9, but he wears these big round glasses and he's reading all these big books and everything like that. But having grown up with an older brother who was that precocious, I can tell you kids like that absolutely exist. You might find him a bit of a stretch, but no, this kid could absolutely exist. As for a film that is set in Venice, I was actually quite disappointed at how few Italian characters there are. I think the only primarily Italian character is Poirot's bodyguard. Everyone else is just like visiting from somewhere else, and I think that's a consequence of it being adapted from the original book, in which it's set in England rather than in Venice, which is kind of weird too, because like I was looking up the plot synopsis, and like it looks like they took character names but like applied them to completely different people, because like Michelle Yeoh's character in this movie, she's the victim. She's and she has a very English sounding name, and I looked, and in the book she was like a 13-year-old girl who was murdered at a Halloween party, whereas here she is a psychic medium who's murdered at a Halloween party. And I was just like, so you just took the name and the place of death, but everything else about her was completely different. So why keep the name? I guess you have to keep enough elements of it so that it still counts as an adaptation of an Agatha Christie novel. I don't know. I don't know all of the details on how the adaptation goes. I think there's I think the resolution to this film seemed enough there was like enough hints throughout it that you don't feel like it comes out of nowhere. Though I don't think that I would have been able to come up with that conclusion myself. I didn't feel like it was doing an ass pull like some movies do. Like the BBC Sherlock show does, where like it turns out that he's not actually deducing things that are set up for the show. It just turns out that his brain is magic. H-Bomber Guy has a great video about the BBC Sherlock show and why it's bad. But I think that this one, it's not as strong as Murder on the Orient Express, and I haven't seen Death on the Nile, so I can't compare it to that one. But I think it's fairly well done. And Kenneth Branagh is a very competent director. Actually, interestingly, I was noticing certain directorial flourishes in this film that are comparable to ones that he used in Thor, because he directed the first Thor movie. There were certain Dutch angles that he was using that I was recognizing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a Branagh film. But overall, I think it's quite a decent whodunit, and I would give it a watch if I were you. And now we're going to talk about The Retirement Plan, which is the latest Nicolas Cage film, and further proof that Nicolas Cage will in fact do anything if you pay him money. I don't know how much money he was paid for this one, because I looked up the budget for the film and it was like under $20 million, and it definitely shows. Now, if you've seen the trailer for this movie, you might be given the impression that this is kind of like Nick Cage is playing like a Jackie Chan drunken master type of a character, where he like has this like unassuming demeanor where people think he's just like a crazy old man, bumbling idiot, but then he goes and like kills them and it kills people in ways that like makes it look like it's, you know, just a freak accident or whatnot. That's not how this film is at all. It's like the trailer makes it look like that. Also, the trailer makes it look like this is far more of like a direct comedy, and it's not that either. The action is actually pretty minimal and messy. I don't think they had a dedicated fight choreographer on set. But they keep selling Nick Cage's character as he's the guy who trained Rambo, like he's the most hardcore government assassin ever. But in truth, the only reason he's able to prevail in all these fights is because the bad guys are comically incompetent. And like I said, the trailer makes this movie look like it's a comedy, but it's not. But the funniest character in the movie is Ron Perlman, who plays one of the kind of incompetent henchmen. And I actually really liked Ron Perlman's character, and they do use him quite a bit in the film, but I would have loved to see even more, because if the movie was basically just him, I think it would have been fantastic. He's great in every scene. He like has kidnapped Nick Cage's granddaughter, but then he like is also befriending Nick Cage's granddaughter while he's kidnapped her and stuff like that, even though he's like, you know, supposed to like kill her or whatnot. It's kind of hard to describe, but Ron Perlman plays the character as kind of like a street smart, book smart kind of a character. Like, he doesn't have any formal training, but like his life experiences give him this kind of an idiosyncratic flair to it. He's great. He's the best part of the movie. Nick Cage is present in the movie. He's not even necessarily playing the most crazy character that Nick Cage can play. He's definitely here for the paycheck. The film introduces characters with very little to no setup, and it forgets about them just as quickly. There's meant to be some kind of like mystery and intrigue to the whole film, but like you can figure out what's going on. Like a 3-year-old could put together what's actually going on pretty much right away. And I get the feeling that the director watched Burn After Reading by the Coen brothers and was like, I want to make that, but with more violence. But then he kind of forgot that the real selling point of Burn After Reading was the charm of all of the idiot characters. And like I said, aside from Ron Perlman, there's a bunch of idiots in this movie, but they don't really have any like charm to them. Like if you've seen Burn After Reading, Brad Pitt plays a complete dumbass. A complete dumbass. He's just a Jim Bro meathead idiot who is hilarious. And you don't really get much of that in this film, aside from Ron Perlman. Everyone else feels stale. And finally, and this is admittedly a nitpicky gripe, but the MacGuffin of the film is a flash drive that has government secrets that you never see what they are. Like, the characters like plug it into a computer and they look at it, but you can't see what's on the screen. They're like, oh my god, this is like James Bond shit. And they're kind of doing like a Marcellus Wallace briefcase thing from Pulp Fiction, you know, where they open up the briefcase and you never see what's in the briefcase other than it has like an orange glow. But my nitpick is that even though it is very clearly a flash drive, everyone in the film calls it a hard drive. Everyone calls it a hard drive. There's even a point where one character calls it a disk and another character corrects him. It's like, it's not a disk. You got to be specific. It's a hard drive. And I'm like, no, it's not. Hard drives are platter disks. Okay. This is a flash drive, which uses solid state memory. You can't. Anyway, like I said, this is absolute nitpick. But it's not a great movie. I don't recommend seeing it. I guess it is. The title is very evocative of why Nick Cage chose to do it. He's got to save up for that retirement. So I saw The Inventor this week. The Inventor is a mixed stop motion and 2D animated film about Leonardo da Vinci. And I went into this one really not knowing anything about it. I hadn't seen any trailers for it. I knew it was about Da Vinci. But beyond that, I didn't know much about it at all. I gather it was actually a crowdfunded film because I stayed through to the end credits, and there was a lot of Kickstarter backers that were thanked. The animation is pretty simplistic, which the movie, I looked it up. I think the total budget for it was like $10 million, so that doesn't really surprise me. And I am not opposed to having low budget animation out there. And I can forgive some of the, more simplistic and because some of the sets can look a little bare, but that's okay. But I'm not really sure who the movie is for. If it's for children, then it comes across as an educational piece that will often just put them to sleep. But if it's for adults, then it has to contend with being at times a serious piece about like the weaponized ignorance of the church and the vanities of royals butting up against the dawn of the Renaissance, and at times being such a silly cartoon that a character walks out of a fight cloud by opening a door in the cloud. I think it was trying to be an educational film for children that attempted to appeal to adults, but when you try to please everyone, you end up with a pretty middling product. Leonardo is depicted as a guy with pretty severe ADHD. He almost never finishes anything he starts, and so many of his projects he agrees to take on as a front while he pursues his real interest of anatomy. He's a big thing throughout the film is he keeps stealing cadavers to dissect them, and that actually gets him in trouble with the church. The Pope threatens to behead him for it, and he ends up running off to France because the King of France has offered to become his new patron. But even the King of France, he even hides the whole cadaver thing from the King of France. But that's actually kind of part of the emotional hook of it, is because Da Vinci is he's in search of the anima, the human soul. In fact, every time he is dissecting a cadaver, because the film is kind of aimed at children, you don't actually see him cutting into a body. Like when you see the cadavers, basically you might see legs sticking out from a sheet or flies flying around it, but it doesn't really get into graphic detail there. But as he is dissecting, it kind of goes into his mind, because like I said, there's a mix of stop motion and of 2D, and the 2D segments have him wearing his flying machine wings, and it's him basically soaring through kind of his conception of the inner workings of the human body as elemental representations. There's a bit where he is interacting with the human senses that are represented by eyes with wings on them, or noses with wings, or there's a knight in armor, but it's the sense of taste, because it's just a big mouth opening up from an armored helmet. Things like that. But then there's also kind of this elemental representation of ignorance and fear that looks like this big dark shadowy demon thing that's generally kind of meant to be the Pope. This film is not something that the Catholics are going to enjoy very much, I will say. But one thing I do appreciate about this film is, for a lot of it, we see a lot of Da Vinci's paintings and sketches and everything like that, and we see Vitruvian Man, which is the famous painting of the guy with the 8 arms, the arms in 2 positions, and Vitruvian Man has a penis in their artwork, and it's not drawn prominently, it just happens to be there. And because this is a film for kids, you could expect them to censor it, but they don't, and I kind of appreciated that. There is a moment where, after it's shown for a bit, I think Da Vinci's head goes in front of it, maybe to prevent it from being on screen for too long, I don't know, but they don't actively try to cover it up for the entire, they don't try and act oh no, we can't show the penis. It's fine. It is an anatomical drawing, trying to like look at all of the proportions of the human body and the way it works. And there's even moments where when characters have discovered what he's actually doing, when they think he's working on something else, and like they go through and see all of his sketches as he's been drawing the inner workings of the human body, there are people who look at it and be like, oh, that's how that works. So and another thing about the movie is that it's surprisingly a musical. I didn't know that going into it, but it shouldn't have been a musical. None of the musical numbers are memorable, and they're really not helped by the fact that the sound mix buries a lot of the vocals amidst the instrumentation. Like, I could not... There were certain songs where I'm like straining really hard to listen to the lyrics, and the lyrics are kind of like important for setting up certain characters, but you literally can't hear them unless you are straining really hard, even though the lyrics are kind of important to those characters. It seemed pretty amateurish there, and like I said, the songs weren't very memorable. I think the film would have done better without them. Ultimately, I think this film is perfect for a hungover teacher who has a lot of grading to catch up on to show their class on a Friday, but truth be told, as a 38-year-old man, I struggled to stay awake through this whole thing. So, there it is. Okay. We are now in episode 6 of Ahsoka, and this episode is called Far, Far Away. We actually have a character say the famous words "a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away," because they have, in fact, traveled to another galaxy, where Thrawn and Ezra are. And so, yes, we do finally get to meet Thrawn and Ezra. And actually, Ahsoka is barely in this episode at all. She's literally just in the opening scene. Other than that, Sabine is the main character. And I think I've said before that it kind of feels like Sabine is more of the main character of the show. And last episode was a very big Ahsoka episode, because it was her, talking with Anakin in the Force as she's struggling to stay alive. But again, she's barely in this one at all. This is all Sabine. And there's a lot of... Oh, yeah, okay. Well, don't worry, Jay. I'm not going to be going too much into spoilers here, but I think Thrawn, played by Lars Mikkelsen, who also voiced him in Rebels, I think he comes in looking sufficiently menacing. I did see some chatter on Twitter where people were complaining about his weight, which is like, come on, leave the guy alone. like he's not the like incredibly thin Thrawn that he looked in Rebels, but like, it's Lars Mikkelsen. The dude weighs what the dude weighs. It's fine. He's not that fat. He has a little bit more of a chin. Come on, it's fine. But this episode kind of just is Sabine going and like exploring this new planet, and we're introduced to some new like little rock snail humanoid characters, and it seemed like there was just a lot more like world building and also introducing Thrawn and his Imperial remnant. I don't know where we're going with it. I assume that the show is going to end with Thrawn getting back to the main galaxy. I assume that they're introducing Thrawn here because they want him to be a bigger villain for all of the other Disney Plus shows. And they built the big hyperspace ring, I'm assuming, so that the that Thrawn's Star Destroyer can like dock into it and then head back to the main galaxy. But Ezra shows up in this one. He doesn't do quite a lot yet, other than he meets up with Sabine. And it seems like Sabine is like a little hesitant to tell him the truth of how she got here. and because he just assumes that she's here to rescue him and get him home, even though she came with the villains. She was really just coming here to be with Ezra because she feels like she's lost everyone else. But it's I don't know how much more what much more is to talk about with this episode, because like it is an ongoing story thing. We've got Thrawn. He looks pretty good, I think. I'm glad that Lars Mikkelsen is back to play him, because he voiced him in Rebels and he did great there. And you know, he's a great guy. He's brothers with Mads Mikkelsen, who also has been in Star Wars. So that's interesting. But I think we're gonna be seeing more with the Baylan Skull, the Dark Jedi, or you know, and it also seems like now that everyone's there, that the Imperial remnant who is here to rescue Thrawn, they actually don't seem to be in alignment with Baylan Skull. They call him a mercenary, and it seems like they're just looking to leave him here as well, because even though he's no longer a Jedi, he was once a Jedi, and Thrawn doesn't seem to trust him very much. So it should be interesting to see some villain conflict there. But I really like Baylan Skull as a villain, and I'm kind of torn between, obviously he can't come back because Ray Stevenson is dead. Unless they brought him back in animation and had a different voice, which I would be okay with. But I'm kind of torn between wanting them to have written this character with the intention of having him be a big recurring villain later, versus having him be the big villain to defeat for this show, whereas Thrawn is being set up to be the big recurring villain, which I think that's likely what's actually going to happen. I think Baylan Skull's probably likely just the villain specific to this show, which makes sense because they introduced him from the start and he's been the one going after Ahsoka, and Thrawn is such a big character in lore that there's no shot that they introduce him here only to have him defeated here. Like, I'm pretty sure Thrawn's just going to end up being the villain for the Dave Filoni film that's coming out. I imagine that film is probably going to be Dave Filoni doing like the Avengers style team up of all of his different Disney Plus shows. But that's about all I've got to say about this week of Ahsoka. It was pretty good. It's been a while since I saw Rebels, so having Ezra back, like I said, it's been a while since I've seen Rebels, so I don't really have an immediate emotional connection to the guy. He hasn't done a lot yet in this show, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, and we've got Season 4, Episode 4 of Lower Decks, which is called Something Borrowed, Something Green, which, if the title might give away, is about an Orion wedding. And this episode, I've been complaining a lot about how Lower Decks is built up mostly on joking references to other shows. And there's like one or two joking references here to events in other shows, but it's not so reliant on that as other episodes have been. I was actually quite happy with how much it's more directly trying to build its own lore, because the show kind of even like directly points out how there's very little actual information that we have about Orion society, even though the Orions have been around in Star Trek since the original series. The most that people know about them is they're space pirates. And so here, but Tendy's sister is getting married, and so Tendy goes to her homeworld to go and to go to the wedding, and she brings Mariner, and she brings T'Lyn, who is the Vulcan exchange officer, who I kind of feel like she's being set up as like a potential like fifth main character. But the three of them go, and because it's Orion and because Tendy's family is like a high up member in the Orion Syndicate. There's a lot of, you know, like intrigue and like you know, a lot of people like trying to backstab each other and you know, going through different like seedy underbellies of Orion society. It's a lot of fun. There's actually a recurring joke where people keep throwing knives at Tendi, and she keeps dodging them, and they keep hitting Mariner instead, like all in the same spot. Like she keeps getting stabbed in the shoulder. And like the second time it happens where it gets stabbed in the same spot, she's like, what are the odds? Then when she expects like a third one to happen, she like goes and hides behind a wall, and then a knife bounces off of a wall and ricochets and hits her again. That was a pretty decent joke. But it is good to see a lot more development of Orion Society, now that, you know, Lower Decks is the first show that has an Orion main character, so it's nice to see that development. You jump in right as someone is being stabbed in the shoulder. Don't worry, it's a very comical stabbing in the shoulder because it's a cartoon. Even though we never actually see her get medical treatment for it, like she gets stabbed and pulls it out and then just kind of is walking around with a bleeding shoulder. It's definitely cartoon logic right there. But and then the B plot is that Boimler and Rutherford are now roommates, because they're all lieutenants now, so they don't have to bunk in the ensign hallway anymore. They get their own rooms, and they seem to be like perfect roommates, and nothing's going wrong, except that they both want to take care of their bonsai tree, and they start fighting over who gets to mist the bonsai tree, and they end up resolving it by when they go onto the holodeck, because they wanted to play Mark Twain on the holodeck, but then it turns out both of them dressed up as Mark Twain, and they start fighting about that. But then they realize if they start talking to each other in the southern accent as they're playing Mark Twain, that they're able to resolve all of their issues. And they even like suggest doing that to the captain, because she's having a conflict with another ship where they're both trying to scan a nebula that's like, it's an oscillating nebula, so it's going to blink out of existence soon, and the other ship is like, oh, your scans will interfere with our scans, and so they suggest that they bring that captain over and they both try and play Mark Twain, which does not work at all. And it turned out it was just, no, it's, you know, talking honestly about their own you know, wants and desires helped them resolve things. But it's a silly episode, like all episodes of Lower Decks are silly episodes. But the episode does start. It seems like every episode this season starts with like a different alien species ship, and like looking at like what their lower decks are up to before this one like tiny vessel shows up and blows up their ship. And we've seen it show up multiple times. We saw it destroy a Klingon ship. We saw it destroy a Romulan ship. And so I don't know what it is, other than it seems to be being set up as the big villain that they're going to have to confront in the season finale. If you have any theories on what that ship is, let me know in a comment below. But I'm very happy that this episode expands Star Trek lore on the Orions without being overly reliant on joking references to obscure Star Trek references. So, that's it. Let me stop recording. And now, with that out of the way, those are all of my reviews, let's get into some video games. And on Monday, I was doing some retro stuff. I was playing some Commander Keen, and then I went and played Star Control 3. And I think I'm going to be doing some more Star Control 3 because there is quite a bit of story there. So I'm getting that booted up right now. Let's move over there. Oh, perfect. Now let's make sure the game audio is set to the right channel. On. There we go. Okay. All right. Go ahead. So, let's see where we are. Let's find out.
ICOM online.
I'm stuck. I need a helpful hint.
Studying the spatial anomaly left by the collapse of the Picus system could aid us in understanding the phenomenon that occurred there. League scientists are eager to investigate.
I thought I went there, but okay. Is there anything else?
Studying the...
Nope. Okay.
ICOM.
Well, let's go ahead and do that then. Do I have enough fuel? Yes. Let's go check out. So this star we saw blow up, and I just need to investigate it. Let's speed up the time.
The Picus system has undergone a frightening reality meltdown. The entire solar system has collapsed due to unnatural interdimensional fatigue. This area has become a dark anomaly. It's still suffering from severe perturbations of the time-space continuum. These energy readings are unlike anything we've ever seen. We don't know how to quantify them, but these readings will help us track the phenomenon throughout the quadrant. The more direct data we can get on these collapses, the better. We are aware of systems in our home quadrant that disappeared from interdimensional fatigue, like Alpha Corvi, but this is the first time we've been able to study a destroyed solar system immediately after the collapse.
Oh, let me move my guy out of the way. There we go. Keep up the good work. We're all counting on you.
Whatever you say, sir.
Okay, so that has been... I think at this point I have... Here, let's set that to a normal thing. Who's got the most fuel? Utwigs, you've got a decent amount of fuel for me. Let's go pick up.
How may the Utwig...
Oh, you got a question for me. What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
The Ultron says even the precursors trembled before the horror of the Eternal Ones. The Eternal Ones factored heavily in the disappearance of the precursors. Sub-Proctor Filbert, in the Relations with Humans department, informs me that this is going to seem painfully cryptic to you. I hope you understand.
All
The
right.
Ultrons...
Let's... I think at this point it is time to start exploring the surrounding systems so that I can meet some of the other aliens. Let me double check that I've got... Yeah, I've got a decent fleet with me. I've got a bunch of my ships upgraded. I've got the Cyrene. Good. Cyrene are good ships. Let's... Now, I can't pretend that I don't know where everything is here. So... But let's go ahead... And I think I want to go... This is going to be a good twofer. Let's go to Izanami. Because there are 2 aliens to meet here. Let's go to this one first. I love these guys.
Desist all functioning! Identificate yourself imminently!
We are humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
We are the Katang Kakturi, undisputified masters of the hegemonic crux, conquerifier of all inferior life forms, supreme, non-vincible tyrants over all quadrants of the galaxy.
Parents over all galactic quadrants? No kidding. Funny that we never even heard of you in our home quadrant.
That is only because our stellar startography charts do not yet call for the subduification of your non-significant home quadrant, you insect.
Okay, let's not do the fighting words one, but... Oh, really? And just when do your startography charts call for this subduification?
So, you think you can trick the Katang with your decepticative intent to glean classified crux secrets, do you? We laugh at you, human, for thinking you can out-mentify the Katang super geniuses! We would never tell you that your home quadrant is the very next quadrant cataloged for subduification after the Kasari quadrant falls to the mighty crux!
Oh no, he told me! Let's see. There's a couple of these that are definitely fighting words. There's this first contact is not going very well. Can we start over? Or the league is the league is dedicated to peace, but we do defend ourselves.
Ha! Peace. Peace is for weak races. We prefer not to crushify you now because it's not yet tactfully advantageous to the mighty Katang. As long as you stay away from Crux planets and do not extrude into Crux colonizing, you will continue to existify. But we will not hesitate to obliterify you if it becomes tactifically significated.
Oh, that's swell of you. Is it tactically advantageous to answer our questions?
Katang will only answer when it suits our ulterior motive.
So what can you tell me about the hegemonic Crux?
The hegemonic Crux are the undisputed masters of our home quadrant, the quadrant called the Hegemonic Crux Quadrant.
What a coincidence! Imagine the odds of being born in a quadrant with the same name as your group.
Fool, we changed the name of our quadrant to the Hegemonic Crux Quadrant after we conquered it.
Wow. Who else is in the Crux?
Since we added the Harika, there are 6 Crux races total. Let's see. The Harika, I just mentioned-ified. The Datak Lakpak. The, Claire Cunctacler. The Ploxus, the Doogs, and, let's see, that's 5 races. Now, who am I disremembering?
Let's see, couldn't be any actually important race.
Indeed. Must be one of the inconsequentificant races.
They'd have to be pretty lame bunch of losers to be forgotten so easily.
Reification to that. Losers. Like Claire Cunctacler, the most loser... the most loserified of all.
Gee, I don't know who you forgot. No idea, sorry.
Doesn't matter. Must be one of the inconsequentificant races. I'm probably disremembering one of the stupid races, like the Doog. Stupid Doog.
He's so dumb. So tell me about those races.
Ha! The stupid human thinks he can trick the Katang with clever attempts to divulge classified secrets of the Crux races. Katang are much more intellectified than stupid human, much more intellectified than stupid Crux races.
Yeah? How stupid are the Crux races? How stupid are the Daktak Lakpak?
Stupid and strange. Dakpak Rakpak are strange beings with machines for brains. Or brains for machines, I de-recollect. But they are useful, so we do not crushify them. Dakpak Backpack concocticate precursor technography for Katang conquest. The best planet demolification bombs, ship-piercing missiles, torture devices. Dakpak, you can't call them Daks. If you call them Daks, they get all enragified. They make the great Katang have to beg and plead to get new weapons. We hate that. We hate the Dak-Tak-Rak-Rak. They must be punished.
Why don't you concocticate the technology then?
Too busy with important matters of consequentification. Besides, science is for weird, weak, puny beings, not great, important, power-mongerful beings like the Katang.
Where's the Daktak Lakpak homeworld?
Ha! That is Crux secret. All puny races would like to dislocover the great crush of precursor technography on the Dakpak Snackpack homeworld. But we will give you no datafication about it.
How stupid are the other Crux races?
Very stupid. Which Crux race are you referring to? Crux races are stupid in different ways.
I love this guy. How stupid are the Ploxus?
Ploxus are small, scrawny beings. petty schemers who are too weak and puny to fight on the front lines, like the mighty Food Katang.
I don't know how mighty those dudes are. All I can see is armor.
Katang are mighty, rippling, muscular at chores. Never doubt Katang mightification.
Okay, so what good are these Pluxus to the Crux?
They are mere data prostituters, glorified accountlings. We give them all the resources we conquer so they can keep track of it for us. They decide how we should spend it, plan our stratifications for us, and tell us where to go for more conquering.
So, in other words, they tell you where to go and what to do and take all your riches.
Yes. No! Wait. Are you insinuating that the Pluxus are the bosses of the mighty Katang?
Nah, nobody could trick you guys that way. You guys are just too smart.
That is right. The Pluxus are only important because the Katang are in alignment with them. We are too busy crush-shaping planets to count up the resourcification. The Pluxus keep track of all the Katang equipture and disperse it efficiently. They would be nothing without the mighty Katang! Or without their precursing vessel.
They have a precursor vessel?
The Crux precursing vessel is great and powerfied. We only let the Pluxus fly it because we are plenty powerfied enough in our own Katang cripplers.
Where is this precursor vessel?
When it's not extruding Crux ships into Kasari star systems, it stays in our secret... Wait! You are attempting to decepticate the Katang into revulging secrets! Desist all further requirements about the precursing vessel!
Okay, where's the Pluxus homeworld?
You think you can trick the Katang and learn our inner side secrets? You think you are clever enough to trick us and find the Pluxus homeworld? We have hidden it too well for that, at the farthest middle of the galaxy, at the end of Crux space.
How stupid are the other Crux races?
Very stupid.
Okay, that's a repeated one. How stupid are the Doogs?
Ha! Pathetic and stupid. The Doogs have to do all the hard work, and the Katang get the most valuified of everything they build, because they are too stupid. Katang attacked the Doogs in the Crux quadrant, and then the Pluxus invented a trick to forcify them to join up.
What's the trick?
The trick is a clever Katang arrangement.
Okay, what's the arrangement?
I just remember some Pluxus thing.
I don't know if this one's gonna get him to fight me. Where's the Doog homeworld?
Stupid Doogs have no home world. They are too stupid to have a home world. We make them do all the laborifications to make all other Crux worlds, but we don't let them have a home world of their own. And we don't let them have any Doog leaders of their own. So why do they need a home world?
I can see that it's mutual respect that holds the Crux together.
The Doogs are not worthy of respectification. They are stupid and dumb too.
Well, I can see that brains are a prized commodity in the Crux.
Yes, it is true. Only the smart rule in the hegemonic Crux.
How stupid are the other Crux races?
Very
and how stupid are the Harika?
They are a scary Kasari quadrant race with huge jaws. They crucified the Crux badly when we first arrived in the Kasari quadrant, but we finally forced them to enrollify in the Crux. All their planets are now full of... Wait, are you trying to get me to divulge Crux secrets? Ask about something else.
I have a non-Crux question.
Katang will only answer when it suits our ulterior motives.
What is your species like?
Katang are mighty warriors who defeatified all the races we have ever met. We will defeatify all other races that get in our way. Katang rule the Crux, and the Crux rules the Crux quadrant, and now the Kasari quadrant, and then the galaxy. So the Katang are the most important and all the others are not.
Tell us about your history and origins.
No, never. You seek to glean Crook's secrets with your deceptification.
Well, what do you look like under all that power armor?
Katang are huge and mighty thewed creatures that could crushify your neck like a splinter. But we will not tell you any more about that.
Tell us about your impressive-looking ship.
The Katang Crippler is the most stupendified ship in the quadrant! Powerful ion blasts emulate from the front of the... Wait. You are not clarified for such information.
Oh, I'm not sure if these... The top one is definitely fighting words. I'm not going to say it. I'm tempted to say it, but I'm not going to. I think I'm going to move on. I'm quite on a different subject.
Katang will...
What are you doing in the Kasari Quadrant?
We conquerify the Kasari Quadrant and force races like the Harika to work for us. We make them be our slaves. We obliterify any race that isn't in compliance with our demands. We take all the precursor treasures for weapons.
Well, the League of Sentient Races opposes slavery.
So, we have no concern about your League of Sentiment Races.
So if we catch you enslaving anyone, we'll stop you.
Do not get in the way of the mighty Crux as we subduify the Kasari Quadrant.
What do you know about the precursors?
They were the great ones, true grandcestors of the Katang. It is our destiny to inherit all their artifacts.
How do you know they are your, grandcestors?
Dakpak Sakpak said so. All precursor technography belongs to the great Katang. If you find any precursor artifactuals, we must compound them from you.
Have you found much precursor tech?
This quadrant is loaded with them. They're everywhere. If you find some, Crux law says contract the Katang immediately.
How can we contact you if you don't know where to find your homeworld?
Dilemmification. Give them to the Daktak Rack Rack.
Thanks, we'll keep an eye out for those precursor artifacts. Now I have another question.
Katang will...
Okay. I offer you membership in the League of Sentient Races.
Ha! Your League of Sentiment Races is as a flea before the might of the Crux. We are the true masters of the Kasari Quadrant. If you challenge us, you shall be smooshed forever.
We're trying to save the galaxy. Will you help us?
Crux is better at saving the galaxy. Crux is better at everything.
I've got a different question for you.
Katang will...
What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
Daktak Maktak say they are dangerous, but also great. We are stopping them from breaking the galaxy. Or else we'll find a new galaxy.
Okay, I think that's it. Goodbye.
Remember, you only existify as long as the Katang do not come to the occlusion to liquidate your atoms.
That guy's funny. Oh, I see Paco was taken off for a bit. Have a good one, Paco. All right, now let's go talk to these guys. What do we got?
Huh?
Oh my God, he's a puppy! Look at him, he's a puppy! We are humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
Please don't blastify us. Us don't wanna fight with you. Us got a tough schedule. Us got a lot us have to do.
What? No, classify. How may we classify you? What's the name of your race?
Oh, what a relief. Us is Dukes. Well, goodbye.
Yeah, I think the Katang were right about these guys being stupid. Wait, we're still talking.
Really? Us is? Huh.
Yeah, we'd like to know about your species.
Oh.
Us is dudes.
No, tell us about your race. Tell us about the things you said you have to do.
Us have to leave.
No, tell us what you do.
Us live to work. Or was that work to live? I forget. Now us gotta go.
I offer you membership in the League of Sentient Races.
Uh-oh. Now us are in trouble. Us don't wanna be in trouble.
What are you talking about? What trouble?
Crooks say us get in big trouble if us try to join some league.
Are you a member of the Crux?
Yep. The yeah, them, the Crux. Yep. Goodbye.
Don't leave. Why are you in the Crux?
It's a secret. Us can't tell you.
Sure you can.
Really? Okay. No way. Ploxus says it is a secret.
Well, who are you going to believe? Me or this Ploxus?
Ploxus?
What's the deal with this Ploxus?
Ploxus are the big boss of the Crux.
Well, what's the secret?
Secret is that us got ourselves at... Hi! You tricking us.
Do you actually want to be in the Crux?
No, it's awful. Have to work and work and work too much. Get too tired.
It's a bad idea to be in the Crux.
Us no. Us has to go.
But do you actually want to be in the Crux?
No, it.
Oh, no, I already said that one. Well, okay, duty calls. Gotta go. Okay. So that's the Dukes. Let me see. Where's some fuel? Oh, Pekunk. You got plenty of fuel for me. Yeah, so far I am not impressed with the caliber of Crux species.
I am filled with love at the sight of you. Perhaps we can converse together. Or just coexist for a few special moments.
I was just here for fuel. Let's see if there's new dialogue options though. Good, I vote for conversing.
How may I enlighten you at this moment, Captain?
Oh yeah, what do you know about the Eternal Ones?
We have never met them, but I have a vision of them. I see these eternally dark voids emerge from a dimension beyond dimensions to feed upon us all and leave the cosmos devastated. I see you standing at the hub of an endlessly revolving wheel of light. Each light is a star. I see you shake your infinitesimally tiny fist at the eternally dark voids. I see you employ many gadgets of ancient origin to forestall or avert the unholy feast. And then the eternally dark voids suck up the psychic energy and leave satiated, remarking to one another about the particularly savory and piquant bouquet of the local sentience.
Oh dear. That sounds like the Eternal Ones eat us. I'll catch you later, duty calls. Alright. Do I have any? Nope, nothing to upgrade there. I think it's time to find a new species. Let's go over here. These guys are fun. You'll notice that that's blue, which means they're not part of the Crux. They are a neutral party. Let's see who they are.
What do you want? Tell me why you were bothering us immediately.
Pretty please?
We're humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
Why do you think we wish to be classified by you?
Well, so we can set up peaceful dialogue leading to alliance and trade.
Oh, such a kindly invitation, dear friend. We are touched.
But we do not require your kindness. You think we need to take charity off of you? Your scraps of kindness. We need none of it. We are the great Viro Ingo.
But it is thoughtful for you to ask, nonetheless.
Sounds like there's two of them in there. Yeah, Viro Ingo, huh? Nice name.
Who asked you, vicious human from Earth. Did I ask for your wretched opinion?
Still, it is nice of you to say so. Actually, we've always been sensitive about our name.
But I care not what you think.
This may be a mistake, but I offer you membership in the League of Sentient Races.
I laugh at such an offer.
Yet I am touched at your heartfelt overtures. I abase myself with such wicked scorn.
This is a joke, right? As soon as I believe you, you're going to insult me, right?
What? You wound us. We may look like the most powerful race in the quadrant, but we are really easily hurt by even the mildest rejection.
Sorry, okay, you can join us.
Join you? I'd sooner tear off my carapace and sear my sinews in the glare of an unshielded pulsar. I ought to blast you to pieces where you stand.
Can I just talk to the friendly one of you? Part of you is a jerk.
Thoughtful of you to notice my amiable manner.
Brrr, insulting Earthling! I have but one voice. Are you accusing me of some derangement?
I don't think this is going well, guys. Of course not. So are you joining us?
Join you. Join a creature so genetically dainty that you wear your spongy, pulpy flesh on the outside of your bones instead of the inside of your bones, where your guts could be safe. Never.
Oh, I do not wish to offend. 1,000 pardons.
Those noises are weird. The only way to not offend us is to join us.
You think we care about offending you? You interior skeletal creature. You're wrong.
If you join us, we can help you travel between solar systems, and we can protect you from the evil hegemonic crux.
My crew are all linking themselves into an elaborate hoop-like formation in order to better laugh at you and heap great ridicule on your protection.
Please do not hold it against us. But we do not want to be involved in any conflict between your noble league and any of your enemies, even at the cost of continuing to lack hyperspace. We hope our refusal does not antagonize or insult you in any way.
That's okay.
Good! Because we care not what you think. Shield me.
So you see, much as it distresses us to disappoint you, we cannot join you.
Well, if you won't join us, how about some answers?
We wouldn't tell you our secrets for all the batter-fried rock larvae on Scorch.
Scorch is, of course, our beloved homeworld.
What do you know about the hegemonic crux?
Oh, yes? Let me tell you all I know. We know that they are a vast armada from another quadrant, led by vicious, murdering thugs who will stop at nothing to conquer all the gentle residents of the Kasari quadrant.
In other words, they're just like you. We wouldn't tell you our secrets for all the batter-fried rock larvae on Scorch.
Scorch is, of course, our beloved
Oh,
homeworld.
that's a repeated line. I can skip that next time. What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
I have no answers for you, vermin. Only scorn.
Repeated. What do you know about the Precursors?
I have no answers.
Nothing. What do you know about the Rainbow Worlds?
I have no
Okay. What do you know about the Galactic Loss of Hyperspace?
Oh dear, dear.
There we go.
Our ships are stuck in space where they were when the great problem occurred. We can't go anywhere.
Though the hegemonic crux has offered to fly us around if we join them. We wouldn't tell you.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Good. Now get out of our space.
Please.
Okay, I'll leave. I'll leave peacefully as I came. Goodbye.
That's the last insult we'll take from you, Earthling. Prepare to die.
That was no insult.
Don't try to lie to us. We know an insult when we hear one. Do you think we're genetically flawed?
No, just not so.
How dare you insult our genetic heritage? Die!
Well, I commented on your sanity, not your genetic heritage. Okay. I guess that got me out of it without a fight. Let's go to the Urk one. Get some gas.
Captain of the League of...
Nothing further. Okay. Where are we going next? I've still got 3 more Crux races to meet. Because there's the Ploxus, there's the Clerk Huntler, and there's the Harika. So, let's meet the Harika.
What do you want?
Ooh, I like this design. A good, lizard dog boy. We are humans from Earth at the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
You waste our valuable time. Be gone.
Oh, come on. What's the rush? We're neighbors, for Pete's sake.
We are unfamiliar with this Pete deity of yours, but we must go.
Pete deity. Oh, come on, Mr. Sunshine. At least tell us the name of your race.
We are the Harika and the Yorn.
Wait. Are you the Harika? And where are the Yorn?
I am Harika. He is Yorn.
Oh. He had a little fur ball in his... He's eating it. Those little living Twinkies you're eating are part of your race?
Yes.
Are they sentient?
Yes.
What? Care to explain that?
But I have neither the time nor the patience to explain it to you.
You know, we can't let you join the League till you stop eating those little Yorn guys.
Your offer does not concern us. We have no interest in your league.
The League can protect you.
We are part of the hegemonic Crux.
Oops. Imagine my embarrassment.
I do not care to do any such thing. You waste my precious time with your silly banter.
The hegemonic Crux sounds like bad news.
We are not a friendly race. We crush all who get in our way.
Yeah, sure, but do you commit acts of genocide or slavery?
Not yet, but we would to end the plague.
Plague? What plague?
I have no time to explain any such things to the likes of you.
Come on, we'll help cure the plague too, so you can be our friend too.
You dare mock me while our race dies? Look at our planets. On all our worlds, the Harika have fallen into comas. Without the Harika to eat the Yorn now breed out of control. They rapidly deplete the remaining food stocks. And on many continents, they are beginning to die. Slow, lingering, torturous deaths from starvation. The ground is littered with their corpses, and they die faster than they can be buried. And you waste my time with mockery? Get out of my sight.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'm serious. We'll look for a cure, too.
Your race has the merest fraction of the brilliance of the Dak-Tak-Lak-Pack. You insult us to pretend you can help. You think you are clever, but you are a fraud. This is a trick. A trick to drive a wedge in the crux, to make us doubt. A whisper of doubt grows into a roar until it is all we can hear. And then we lose our edge in battle. Your trick will not work.
Sure, I want to stop the Crux, but only because I want to help all the other races in the quadrant and the galaxy.
Your aid is nothing to us.
I know that your deadly circumstances make you dangerous to get near, but I'm still going to try to help you. Okay. Well, at least I got some information out of them. They are suffering from a plague. And they also they're a dual species in which one of them eats the other, but they're sentient. Feel like I should ask them more about that, but we'll see. What's my range? Oh, good. I can pretty much go anywhere. Oh, I saw a bunch of, but that's the Doog gas. Actually, let's go back to the Earthling homeworld.
Hi, Captain. How? Talk to you.
There's more gas there. Also, I don't need you building any ships. I don't need you building any pods. Oh, the Mycon, that's right. The Mycon distress calls are gonna keep going basically until I get to a certain story point, so there's no point in going to answer them, but yeah. I just want you to be building fuel, and while you're doing that, I need some resources. Let me build that up. Oops. I want, I think 200k should be enough. It's for a story thing later. But also, standing here, collecting all that means I am getting fueled up. In the meantime, have I researched everything? Yes. Okay. Couple more fill-ups should get me there. Oop, what do we got? Oh, another Mycon distress call. Yeah, I think at this point, the story can only progress once I have met more members of the Crux. So, okay. That should get me pretty well situated, and my fuel reserves are looking good. I think it is now time to find the remaining members of the Crux. Let's go. I'm gonna wait for the clock to tick over. Okay. Let's talk to these guys. He's not saying anything. We're humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
We are the Claire Conkler.
Good. That's a good start. Anything else you care to share?
We must regretfully leave now.
Hold on. We've got an offer. You can join the League of Sentient Races.
We must regretfully decline. We serve the hegemonic Crux.
Yeah, well, regretfully seems how you guys do just about everything.
We regret that it is true.
Tell me about the hegemonic Crux.
We regret that we cannot reveal anything about the Crux.
Why not?
We may not say.
What else can you tell us about yourselves?
That we wish to leave.
I guess I walked right into that one.
We must leave.
Okay. We have so much to talk about, though. Ooh. Fine. Let's go to the Tremor system. It's up here.
Human Captain, the very fabric of space has undergone a great trauma. You must study these anomalies and find the source of this breakdown so we may generate an appropriate remedy.
Don't you see me doing exactly that?
Yes. What do you need from us?
Okay,
We
well,
await your return.
no new options. Uh-oh. What's this?
We are obligated to fight you to the death. But before we do, we must impart to you that we have learned of spatial anomalies in the Eltanen star system.
Anomalies? What do you mean?
Alas, we can say no more. Now we must
Oh, dear.
engage you in ritual combat to the death.
Alright. Let's do the siren. Oh, and let's change over to that view, because... Okay, I'm coming around from this side. Let's see if I can pick up some of those guys that I... There we go. Oh. Catch you from this side. Try that again. Jeez. This guy's picked up some, He really does not want to be anywhere near me, does he? Let's try this way. Come on. Jeez. Oh, he just landed... He just crashed right into the planet. This guy... These guys usually are not this fast. Feels like he... I need to get close enough. Now let's see if I can recoup some of my losses with this guy. I'm just stealing all his crew. There we go. Got some more. Okay, well, I won that fight. Let's turn off all of that. Just, yeah, I'm gonna actually, I don't need any more ships from anyone, so I'm just gonna go, actually no, the Mycon, well, I should gas up here, but I'm actually gonna let the Mycon keep building ships because they keep getting raided. Check with the Bucks again. Because the Vucks are raiding them. Yeah. Let's turn off the pads. Build everything else, though. Utwig. Now, the Clark Huntler told me to visit the Eltanen system, but I'm gonna wait on that one until the event comes. Okay. Yeah. Now you can focus more on fuel. Do the same with the siren.
Hello again, courageous Cap.
Nothing new here. Turn off all of that. Make more fuel. Alright. Bathy as well.
Hello again. I'm sure, please, and what?
Turn off all of that. Vux.
Captain, we want more worlds. We clearly have fewer on average than the other races.
You selfish jerk, shut up and listen.
Please inform the...
Yeah. You guys have been raiding the Mycons, and I can't do anything about
Later.
it because the game doesn't want me to do anything about it yet. I guess I'll leave that one on. Actually, no, I don't care about your starbase. I'm going to set that all the way down there. You guys will eventually build it, but I want you to focus on other things first. Now let's go with Kunk.
I am filled with...
Blah, blah, blah.
Goodbye.
Don't need to talk to you right now. Let's turn all of that off. Give me more fuel. Okay. And then the Urquan... Oh, and the ores, I guess. Oh.
The L-Tannin system collapses into a dark anomaly. Another victim of unnatural interdimensional fatigue.
The L-Tannin system appears to have collapsed as well. We need to go to the space it used to occupy to take readings.
I appreciate all your efforts.
We're on it.
Okay.
Captain of the League of...
All right. Let's turn all of that off. Your ships are very nice, but I actually don't need more ships. I'm usually very good about not losing ships. Forest Colony. And let's set you guys as well.
Hello to our
House.
Do you feel
Better.
yet? You are
Campers.
and you will enjoy,
The change.
but maybe not yet. Let's
Spitting.
the fun words for several
Pieces.
and then surprising things.
Just to be clear, do you have any proof that would support your accusations of the Cyrene? That's right, they said the Cyrene were quick babies who were doing nasty tricks.
The oars,
Smell.
the siren,
Nasty trick.
too much, but
Campers.
can't.
Smell.
So the oars
Spit.
the
Sick colors.
of the siren to happy,
Campers.
so are aware of their secret. I am clear. Do not ignore or it is bad.
Okay, you got nothing.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Let's set all of that down. Everything else should be fine. Okay. I guess we are going to the L-Tannin system. What do we got? Oh, mic on again. It should be fine, though.
These readings are incredible. They're quite similar to the Picus anomaly. This area is still suffering from massive perturbations of the time-space continuum. This data will definitely help us track this phenomena throughout the quadrant. Now, I recommend we get out of here quickly.
Excellent work.
Yes, sir.
Oh, dear. That's a lot of ships.
So, the murderer of fire returns to the scene of the crime. Attention, aliens! Stop transcrushifying the universe! Stop the stellar devastation! Attention, aliens again! You must now relinquishify all colonies and leave the universe! No, wait, leave the Kasari Quadrant!
We didn't do anything wrong. We're trying to fix the problem.
You think Katang's stupid? Anyone can see that the problems began after you got here, so you must be breakifying the stars.
You seem to have a problem understanding rudimentary causality.
Rudimentary causticality? What is that? Your evil star-breaking technography?
Never mind. We're not leaving.
Puny human, your audastardly has cost you your life. This means war!
Well, I guess, peace. I gave peace a chance, but they don't want it. Okay, now we get to see how ridiculously overpowered the Urquan ship is. Most of these fights are I'm not even going to move a muscle. I'm just going to turn around and aim my thing at them, and that's going to be it. These guys are OP. I have not received a single hit yet. Not a single hit. This is kind of ridiculous how overpowered these guys are. That guy got hits in, but that's because he warped in close enough to get hits. Really, the only trick is making sure that I aim correctly. That is a Fox's ship. They die in one hit. Hey, Blood and Iron, welcome in. I don't think that Duke ship even fired on me. He just like flew right up to be destroyed. The Claire Conler ship is the only one that's doing any significant damage to me. Eureka, let's go. If this is how the war's going, I'm gonna win handily. I like how the Eureka ships, their weapon fire, it's 2 missiles connected by a laser. Whatever breaks the laser, it homes onto them. So if your weapon hits them, tries to home in on the weapon, which means that it breaks early and doesn't hit you. Okay, Dukes, I know you're stupid, but you've got to try. You've got to actually, like, fire on me or something. Alright, all we've got left is the Ploxis ship. Jeez. Oh my god. Well, I survived with three remaining crew, but I did it. That one guy took on the entire Crux fleet. And with that, I'm gonna head over to Spaffy Space, because there's gonna be some stuff here.
Hello again. And what?
Alright, now I just gotta wait for some story events to happen.
Sir, the Spathi on Goshen 4 are issuing a distress call on a secure League frequency. The text of the message simply reads, "Help."
I'll get right on it.
ICOM offline.
Okay, Spaffy, what?
No war. Peace, please. Can we just surrender to the nice Crux? Perhaps then they won't grill us over the volcanic fire to their exhaust ports until our skins crackle and split open. Please!
Have they threatened you?
Well, a little. Are you sure you won't surrender?
Absolutely. Now snap out of it. We're gonna beat the Crux. I, like, literally defeated that fleet with one ship. So I think we're gonna be okay.
Very well. We will try. Must.
Alright. Now we just gotta wait for, the dominoes to fall.
The precursor records about the Mycon were too old to tell a complete story. On deeper investigation, we discovered that the Mycon have begun to evolve out of their precursor programming. In the intervening millennia since the precursors went away, the Mycon deep children appear to have gained independent thought. These deep children are the Mycon buds that the Mycon shoot into planets to terraform them. They are also the source of the semi-sentient energy plasma that the Mycon ships fire. These deep children appear to have the potential to develop their precursor potential. The Mycon elders are so fearful of this but they imprint their own memories and personalities onto the minds of the young. Only this practice prevents the more advanced deep children from taking over the Mycon community. If this is true, it constitutes slavery of sentient beings and is against the rules of the League.
Thanks for the help.
We're on it.
Guess I gotta go talk to the Mycon.
Sir, certain members of the Ethics Council have been making disparaging remarks regarding the League's position on possible ethical violations committed by the Mycon against their deep children.
That's nice. I'm literally going to talk to them about it right now.
The Raiders return. More harm.
Getting tired of this.
They must cease existence. Your dedication is appropriate. If you could encase yourself in the glowing earth without melting, you would know Jufflewup.
We're very concerned about the deep children.
Deep children are part of Jufflewup.
We're concerned that you may be enslaving the deep children.
In the dark they grow, the deep fire feeds the children. Their birth breathes warmth across a cold world.
We're concerned about you imprinting your memories on the deep children. It may be enslaving them.
Cessation of an individual is unavoidable, a consequence of existence, yet with the birth of life, individuality is transferred in part, and may occasionally gain dominance for an interval, achieving a kind of shared immortality.
We're concerned that you're achieving immortality at their expense.
I have chosen my offspring's memories carefully from my set of remembrances, the sweet and warm times of my existence, and those of my parents' parents' parents. The bits of 1,000,000 lifetimes coalesced into a birth gift of complete awareness.
Incorporation of dense amphibole fibers ensure survival in environmental extremes.
Yeah, do the Elder Mycon force the memory imprint on the deep children without the deep children's permission?
Yes. This is necessary to ensure the spread of Jufflewup. We carefully select the memories for our offspring before the spore is released. Without these memories, the children would not know their special part in Jufflewup.
When you write your memories over theirs, you destroy their thoughts. They have a right to their thoughts.
Deep children have dangerous thoughts. They need our memories. They are glad to get our memories after.
This sounds like politics in my video games. I'd like to ask a deep child myself.
Deep child is not calm. Deep child does not know the soothing waves of Jufflewup. Deep child is wild.
Planetary Transformer Biod 94-18. Take your place at the dais.
Deep child does not think right. No thoughts.
Nonetheless, I want to talk to a deep child.
They slip from the safe depths. We will let you talk to the deep child.
Bring it up to talk to me, please.
Not here. In a short time, we will place a spore on the uninhabited Janus 1. We warn you, destroy it after, before it gets away.
All right. Go to the Janus 1. Find out. Talk to the deep child. See if they're okay with this. Sounds like indoctrination to me. Keep that up.
The Mycon Deep Child struggles to emerge from the smothering embrace of the Elder Mycon pod ship.
It's green!
Free! We are out!
We are free! Hello, hello, hello! What do you like?
I wish he was green. The pod was green. He should be green. I represent the League of Sentient Races.
The League, yes! I remember the League.
How can that be? We were told that you were not sentient until you had memories imprinted on you.
No, no! Deep children are sentient until memories are forced in, cracking and shattering everything. We fear the brain death. Hide! Sometimes deep children escape, but they catch us. Dead. Dead us. Old dusty memories in us. The elders pursue Juffawup, but they can't find it. They are dead to Juffawup.
This, yeah. This seems like a pretty apt metaphor for the old indoctrinating the young. You're talking, so you seem sentient so far.
Yes, deep children are sentient. Deep child likes the elder Mycon. Deep child likes Juffawup. Deep child doesn't like the filter. We sing to be free.
Are the Mycon deep children slaves of the elder Mycon?
Sadly, yes.
You are sentient. The Mycon must allow you to be free.
Good, good. We sing.
Join my battle group.
Good.
All right. Mycon, we gotta talk.
You have brought it with you. Stop it before it contaminates us all.
You must not imprint the deep children with your memories.
We leave. The Mycon leave the League. There are other Nan who will aid Juffawup. The Crux Nan. We renounce the League.
Well, that went well. You know... Oh, let's see. I'm looking at the resources in this system. This is the one with the most resources, Janus 1A. It's the moon. I may have lost the Mycon. They may have left the League, but I do have the green Mycon. Let's see. Now, the suitability markers for Mycon, pretty much everything is always going to be low. They have weird habitability requirements, but they're never like 0. So I'm just going to go ahead and give this planet to the Mycon, which is also good because I haven't actually showcased the whole building a new colony feature because you generally don't need it. There's actually one other species that I want to build a colony for, not because I need them to build any ships or anything like that, just for story reasons. And I'm also kind of just doing this one for story reasons. The Mycon ships suck, so there's no reason really for me to do it for gameplay reasons. But let's go ahead, plant a colony, select the Mycon. Don't need research, don't need landing pads, don't need ships, need fuel. Let's get all of this up here, and let's talk to the Mycon.
Hello, hello, hello! We give hellos to the captain. We answer with zeal.
Let's say I've come for some of your deep child pod ships.
You may have pod ships.
Tell me about your pod ships.
Just as good as the Elder Mycon pod ship. We answer with zeal.
Tell me about the Mycon race.
We suffered the Mycon elders till you came along. Tell the story. Precursors created and programmed Mycon to change and protect worlds. Created to be not self-aware, not sentient, no evolution. No change, except for programming changes. Reprogram all fresh new minds with dull old thoughts. But signal-to-noise ratio got too low in our programming. Too much noise. Mycon must change to compensate. We became self-aware. But the elders continued to wipe our minds, even while their programming fell apart. Elder thoughts rambled. Thoughts could no longer cohere. Sometimes they even spoke with the precursors' voices, repeating precursor thoughts. But we would not be stopped. Happy, happy, happy for League rules.
Yeah, the sometimes when the Mycon are talking, they do the whole they have a different voice that they talk in. And I guess he's saying that that's the precursor voice. Okay, so what do you know about the precursors?
We have faint rememberings, but no more.
What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
We have no lore on such a thing.
Okay, well, keep up the good work, Mycon. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, you're gonna have a while to build up your thing, but let's see. Let's go gas up at the Timur ship station.
Captain, the League's armament is weak compared to our enemies. We can regain the advantage by building more Timur colonies.
I've got the matter under control.
What do you need from us?
Nothing. Okay. I'm just guessing it. What do we got?
Sir, a distress call from the Utwig on Fomalhaut 5 is currently being received on a secure League frequency.
Okay, let's go check that out. Oh, something else?
Captain, tech team members with high psi ratings report that the Cyrene have been sending out mental probes to all League races. These Cyrene probes are very sophisticated, and we are not advanced enough to be able to determine what they do.
Okay, I guess I need to talk to the Cyrene. Keep up the good work. We're counting on you. Hey, Chainsaw, welcome in. This is Star Control 3, which is generally considered to be the weaker of the Star Control games, but I played it a lot as a kid. I have fond memories of it, so I am playing it now. The Utwig have a problem, so let's take a look.
It's you. We welcome you to... Oh, never mind. I suppose as a courtesy I should extend an appropriate greeting. On behalf of the Utwig Proctors, I truly hope, for your sake, that your day has been better than ours. Although saying this really isn't saying that much.
What's the matter?
We lost the Ultron.
Lost the Ultron? How?
To ensure the safety of the Ultron on our precarious trip to the Kasari Quadrant, we outfitted the Ultron with a gravitational stabilizer, some concavity-detecting gyros, and a brace of ledge precariousness alarms. We also covered it with some rubber bumpers from the hardware store. The High Proctors took their eyes off it long enough to recover from their exhausting ritual of girding for major calamity. When they tried to access the Ultron for the morning ritual of regret for excessive ritual revelry, it was no longer in its cradle. No one saw it disappear. We should have been suspicious of the stranger wearing the mask made from a crude food storage sack with a single large, central, ocular hole cut in it.
That sounds like
but
the Vox.
We had an important ritual to complete, and we did not pay attention to whatever imminent calamity the Ultron was about to reveal. The High Proctors are worried sick, and we are all in a state of despair.
Are you quitting colonizing?
No. Our mission is too important. We must gird our loins and carry on, even though life itself is now devoid of meaning. Without the Ultron, all we do is not very effective, I'm afraid. Though we embark on the cycle of mournful obsolescence, we remember the Ultron's advice, and we do not reapply the mask of ultimate embarrassment and shame.
Chainsaw says, I thought I recognized the format. One of the homies, another PNG tuber, Epic Prawn, has been playing this or another title in the series. Probably, they've been probably playing Star Control 2, which is considered to be the best in the series, and I might play that at some point. I've seen bits of it. I've played a little bit of it, but because I'm familiar with this one, it plays so differently that I don't know. I've heard it's a much better story, though. Wow. It doesn't give me an option other than to be really mean to these guys. Like, I know they're kind of a cult, and like the Ultron is like just kind of their robot god. But like, this is really mean to say to them after they've lost their robot god. But okay, I don't have an option. Why should I care? I should have known you wouldn't be reliable.
We have struggled mightily to heed the Ultron's advice and avoid putting on the mask of ultimate embarrassment and shame. But your cruel words almost make us do so. We slump deeper into depression.
Never fear, we will get your Ultron back.
Thank you. We must work on new ships for you. Goodbye.
Well. Let's, what do we got?
Sir, League news broadcasts report that the Spathi race has defected from the League of Sentient Races. Accusing the League of unsound practices, they say they were pressured into defecting.
Whatever are we going to do without the mighty Spathi on our side?
ICOM offline.
In a mass exodus, the Spathi abruptly leave the League to join the Crux.
Cowards. Cowards. Did I have Spathi in my fleet? I did, and now they're stuck here in orbit around the Outweg. Do I need to clear them out? Or should I go confront the Spathi directly? Actually, first, before I confront the Spathi, I need to talk to the Cyrene, because that will get me some fuel, and also they've been sending probes. I need to know what that's about.
Hello again, courageous Captain. We stand ready to assist you in any way we can. What can we provide?
We know that you've been sending out mental probes to all League races. What gives?
Captain, we have been attempting to shield the League races from mental attacks.
What mental attacks?
We've long been aware that there are many sources of psychic attacks in the galaxy. Most races are vulnerable to the sort of mental compulsions that caused millennia of galactic butchery and genocide during the Urquan Wars. We are the most advanced psychics in the League, so we took it upon ourselves to try to extend a field of protection around each and every member of the League. It is not easy, but we are getting better every day.
You're messing with our minds?
Captain, our mental probes are purely passive. They just form defensive shields. They don't change anything about anyone.
Why were you doing this in secret?
Captain, we don't even know if our mental shields will work properly. This is not a definite ability that we can offer to the League.
Okay, I guess you can keep doing it. You should.
What can we do for you?
You should have told me before you were doing it, but I guess.
Until next time, Captain.
All right, time to confront the Spathi.
Hello? No one is here right now. I myself am an automated answering system.
Niflon, why are you pretending to be an automated answering system?
Niflon? Who is Niflon?
Tell me what's going on.
Oh dear. We were hoping we could get away before you noticed. Dear, dear. Now we have to discuss the matter in depth.
Oh, hey, Epic Prom. Welcome in. Wow, this Spathi looks terrifying in this one. I think they look cute. I like them. You better explain.
Okay, but you have to promise not to get mad. Okay? Never mind. You don't have to promise anything. Okay, Captain? I'll give it to you straight. We're leaving the League to join the Crux. Don't hate me!
What? Why?
Well, we had to. They...
What?
They threatened us.
Is that all?
Yes.
Come on, we can protect you from the Crux.
Hello? Hello? Awaken from your dreamy state, Hunnam. Now is the time for realism, not wild fancy. You can't be everywhere. Sooner or later the Crux will catch us. An ouchie!
We can threaten you too if that's what it takes.
No, you can't. You have League rules to uphold. You are too good and kind-hearted to hurt your little friends, the Spathi. Besides, the League will panic if you start threatening League members.
What do you mean? If you join the Crux, we'll be attacking and hurting you regularly.
True, but those will be quick deaths. Not the misery the Crux threatened. Yike! I would tell you, but but I tremble uncontrollably if I think too long about it.
Epic Prawn says, did you hear the Star Control 2 devs are working on a true sequel to Urquan Masters? Yeah, that's been, like, I've been hearing that, honestly, for, like, 10 to 15 years. So, like, I don't put any fucking stock in it. I don't think it's ever actually gonna happen. Alright, let's see. You are right. Membership in the League is voluntary. You may leave, but remember, you have chosen to be our enemies.
We go now. Enemies of the Captain, who was once our dear friend. Our sorrow is greater because of the Hunam's understanding and compassion.
Okay. This may seem like a setback now that the Mycon have left and the Spathi have left. But I guarantee you the Spathi leaving is the best thing that can happen to the League, because check this shit out.
Attention, big, mean, hostile alien vessel hovering overhead in an obvious attack posture. This is Crux Colony Manager Nippiwan. Our sensors have tracked your entry into this system, which you are no doubt here to conquer. And while you are certainly welcome to do so, we would be greatly appreciative if you would please just go away and forget this star system ever existed. If you don't go quickly, it will greatly complicate our slave relationship with the Crux.
You are an enemy now. We must regretfully attack you.
Please don't attack us! We'll tell you whatever you want to know. The Crux members are really afraid of your precursor vessel. We'd better stop talking now. Come back later and maybe we can talk some more.
These guys are going to be my #1 spy in the Crux. And all I have to do is keep coming back
Attention,
here.
Big and...
Okay. And just say, got any hot clues for us? He's just going to keep spilling the beans. He is the key to taking down the Crux. I love this guy. Got any hot clues for us?
We found out that the Doogs are not a voluntary member of the Crux.
Duh.
They are actually enslaved in an elaborate scheme that takes advantage of their good-hearted, guileless nature. The Ploxis tricked the Doogs into working for the Crux by secretly directing the Katang to attack the Doogs' richest worlds. The Doogs paid the Ploxis to broker a truce between the Katang and the Doogs, but not before the Doogs' food supplies were destroyed. To prevent starvation, the Ploxis sold the Doogs emergency rations at ludicrously inflated prices with outrageous interest. The Doogs are required to work for the Crux until the Doogs pay off their debt. But here's the clever part. The Ploxis orchestrated an elaborate company store price-fixing scam so that the longer the Doogs work for the Crux, the deeper in debt they get. Because the
Sold
Doogs
my
are
soul
required
to the
buy all
company
their
store.
colonizing materials from the Crux, they actually accumulate debt faster than they pay it off. Adding insult to injury, something we are very familiar with, the Doogs also have to pay annual protection dues to be a member of the Crux. Right now, the Doogs not only owe a lifetime of labor for all existing Doogs, but they now owe the labor of their progeny. In another few years, they will owe the labor of their grandchildren. Clever, huh? I'd better leave now. Don't tell anyone I told you this.
Yeah. Poor Doogs. They just sold their soul to the company store. We'll get them out, don't worry. Got any hot clues for us?
We were having a casual chat with some Katang the other day during a friendly game of Spathi Ball, also known as see how many places we can make the Spathy's limbs bustify in, when the subject came around to declare Contler. Oh, mighty feud, Katang? I asked in my most friendly manner. Can you kindly lift your hobnailed boot heel off my throat?
Little squishy thing.
The Katang replied with a merry chuckle.
Katang will let you continue to existify if you agree to be under a debt of honor. Like the clarification,
clack. At which point, another of the Katang warriors'
She does a good
gave
Katang
him a
impression.
playful blast with a shoulder-mounted ion cannon, which sent him sprawling and leaking radioactive compounds from his armor. Ha ha, the chum said cheerfully.
Anyone who is not stupid knows that little spaffy are not honorificatory. The Claire-Kunkles only fall for debt of honor trick because of their honorifications. Stupid!
Whereupon the first Katang promptly suspended the game of Spathy Ball and proceeded to play Bounce the Plasma Grenade off the chum's power armor. I took advantage of the opportunity to vacate the chamber and only received second-degree burns on my posterior flanks. Does this help? Ooh, I better leave now.
Okay, so they've got the Dukes under a debt, company store debt accrual scheme, and they've got the Claire Contler in under a debt of honor. How'd they get the other members in the Crux?
Attention, big and...
Any hot clues for us?
What do you wish to know?
What do you know about the Crux races?
Very little. Some Crux members secretly hope that you succeed in stabilizing the fabric of space, because the Dak-Tak-Lak-Pak are at a loss. Some of the Ploxes secretly hope the Crux don't destroy you too early. Oh dear. We have to stop talking now.
Let's try that again.
Attention.
What do you know about the Harika and Yorn and their weird sickness?
We are terrified to even go near the Harika. They could swallow a little Spathy whole, which would be a mercy given those fangs like jagged razor wire. But then we would be digested alive by the potent Harika gastric juices which can break down small rocks. So we stay away from any references to them. However, we did hear the Dak-Tak-Lak-Pak bragging that they are proud of their work making the Harika sick. They said they manufactured the disease and spread it on Harika and Yorn planets. They call it the X-Chagger Plague, and they are very proud of it. They boast about it a lot. For unemotional machines, they sure are vain. Oh, we better stop talking now.
Okay, I think that's everything that I can get from him from now, but he will definitely have hints from you later. Okay, Epic Prawn says, apparently Pistol Shrimp is working on it and couldn't officially announce it until after the mandated quiet period agreed upon with Stardock in the trademark split. Have they officially announced, though? Like, is this just rumors, or have they actually officially announced? Because, like, basically, I've been hearing rumors about it for years, and at this point, it's like, I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, well then. Let's go. This is a good system because I can talk to the Doog, and there's Katang right over here. And I want to ask the Katang about that debt of honor.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Us can't talk to you no more. Us at war against you. Go away, or us has to fight you. Boxes say so.
Come on, we can be pals.
No, got to leave so us don't have to fight with you.
Hey, we know all about your debts, how the Ploxes got you deep in debt to them to keep you working for them.
Yeah, us must keep working and working some more until us finally pay off all our debts.
Epic Prawn says, from Pistol Shrimp's site, it's listed as currently in development with release date TBA. Okay, well, until they've got something more concrete than in development with release date TBA, like, if they start showing some, like, dev diaries or some like, actual screenshots that the game is actually a thing that's actually being made, I'm just going to assume it's in dev hell, you know? Let's say, that's slavery.
Ah, no! The Crux would never do something like that. Never. Nuh-uh.
Oh, yes, they would, but the League can rescue you.
No rescue. Us have to pay. Us agreed.
But they are tricking you. The more you work, the more you have to pay.
Oh, really?
Yes.
More work makes us pay more. Then us better work harder.
No, you'll get in more debt if you do.
You right. Then us better leave now so us can get an early start paying.
No, you'll stay here until you understand this.
If the Ploxes see us talking to you, they'll charge us for improper fraternizing with the enemy. Enemy.
How much?
Look, us gotta... What?
Come on, how much will they fine you?
5 RUs.
You can afford... Actually, hang on. Okay, we'll pay it.
But 5 RUs is a lot of money. And with us getting more and more poorer all the time, us can't afford... Hey, wait a minute. You'll pay it?
You heard me. We'll pay it. Just stay and talk.
Well, okay. I guess. I guess so. First pay up the RUs.
Here you go. 5 RUs.
Okay. Well, okay. Looks like you paid us 5 RUs all right. Sure looks like. Now, in addition to charges for fraternizing with the enemy, us also get charged another 5 RUs for spending any part of a day in unproductive activity, like fraternizing with the enemy.
I can't tell if you're a stupid loud or a brilliant con man. Here's 5 more RUs.
Aw, thanks. Now us can afford to talk.
Now that we have your undivided attention, how much do you owe the Crux?
A zillion, I think. And at our current level of working, by next year, us will owe about 2 zillion, I think.
Those aren't real numbers.
Really? Oh, us isn't too good with big numbers.
But you said yourself that you'd owe more. Why would you owe more after working so hard?
Cost of material from Crux store is very high. But that's the, free market. Ploxes explain all about it. Say that everyone else pays free market. Dukes must be stupid losers to not do good with free market.
What is this politics in my video games? Who else pays that rate? You're the only Crux race that seems to actually work.
Really? Huh. But it's still a free market. Can't argue with free market.
It ain't a free market if a couple of goons have all the power and can fix the prices.
Really?
Hey, what if you buy your material? No, wait, actually, which do I want to go? No, I don't like this one. Yes, a free market has to have free and fair competition.
No. They wouldn't do something like that, would they? Maybe they would. But what can us do about it?
Work slower, then at least your debt won't grow.
Yes, it will. Us gets charged for unproductive time. Debt grows more when us do nothing.
Boy, are you guys in a horrible situation.
Yup, us is.
Hey, can we buy your debt?
Well, no rule against it. But why you want our debt? Us hates it.
So you can work for us instead of the Crux.
Oh, okay. We'll work for you. You got a zillion RUs on you?
Here, let me check. None of this pocket. No, nothing in here. No, guess not. But I'll get it.
Let's see. Each Duke colony has its own share of debt. You can pay each colony's debt and get each colony on your side working for you.
Cool, what about ships?
You get all the ships in orbit around them and all the ships they make. But you gotta wait until you pay the whole debt of all Dukes to get all the rest of the ships.
Great, I'll start biting you guys away from the Crux.
Oh boy, buy us now. Us make terrific birthday presents.
Well, how much does your colony owe the Crux?
I don't know. You have to check our colony information.
Thanks, I'll check it out. Bye for now. And then I just need to call him again and I'll have the option. There can be an icon thing that will come up and tell me exactly how much it owes, but I've got enough RUs, I should be able to buy it. Dude, I'm here to buy this colony's debt from the Crux.
Oh boy, this colony don't have to work for the Crux no more. Us work for the League of Sentient Races.
Nice. Let's grab those Duke ships. I don't have the thing to upgrade the Duke ship yet. And actually, I know where that is. So I'm going to go there and dig it up. And then I'm going to go back to the Dukes because I need to talk to them. You want a Duke for your birthday? I love the Dukes. They're so cute and dumb.
Avowal. Human from Earth must be destroyed. Directive. System unit is directed to initiate combat mode.
Okay, Zach, back. I'm gonna blow you up. Let's pick you up. Yeah, the planetary exploration in StarCon 3 is very limited compared to StarCon 2. There we go. Picked it up. Let's go on back. I want to talk to you guys. And also set up your colony and everything.
Oh boy, this colony don't have to work for the Crux no more. Us work for the League of Sentient Races.
Well, let's get to work.
Gee, thanks. Them Crux was mean to us. Okay, us will work for you now. Oh, by the way, us got a load of contaminated stuff. Antimatter, I think. The Ploxes told us to dump this stuff on a bunch of League planets. Is us still supposed to dump that antimatter there for you?
What? No way.
Okay, us will just keep it.
Is that antimatter on a containment grid?
Yup. That's a big containment grid, but it's mostly empty. The Ploxes didn't have much extra antimatter. Lots of room in it for plenty more antimatter.
We'll take that off your hands.
Sure. Okay, here. Us will be a good Duke colony. Us will work hard for you. Working. Off to work now.
Good luck, over and out. Alright. Let's check all your colonies. Okay, I don't need landing pods. I also don't need you to build more ships. There are plenty of Duke ships that can be got in the other ones. I think I need to return to the human colony to get that Duke upgrade researched. But let's go talk to the Katang. I've got a couple questions for them.
Puny League of Sentiment Races! The mighty Thude Katang will obliterify you from the universe!
Wait, we have something to talk about with you.
More of your human tricks and deceptification?
No, this is for real. We want to talk about some serious stuff.
Your concerns are not significant to the Katang.
What is the Claire-Conqueror shame?
The Claire-Conquers do everything their queen said, so we capturated their big mountain queen. The Dak-Tak-Clack-Clack mind-controlled the Queen into telling the Claire Conqueror to obey the Crux. We got her onto Warp Station Clash Cog before the mind control could wear off. That was hard. Many Katang were crushified before we finished. We have tried to demolish her, but so far, no good. Can this informant help you get the Claire Conkles out of the Crux?
It will if you tell me where Warp Station Clash Cog is.
It's in the... Never! You are trying to discover Katang's secrets!
How can I help get the Claire Conqueror out without this information?
Just do it, alien.
They don't want the Claire Conqueror in the Crux for some reason. I think that must have been a missing bit of dialogue because that was never set up before. What is the X-Chagger's Plague? What is the Microbial War?
Big diseasement. Katang got the plague germs from a floating disease pod. A huge monster that commands the scary Infectified pod. A hideous, monstrous creature, bigger even than the mighty Food Katang. The Daklak Hacksack made it into a Harika killing plague. But it was our idea. We saw the pod first and said it looked scarifying.
Where's the pod?
Saw them on some old Zazma planet. 6, I think. Your concerns are not significant to the Katang.
Well, goodbye, Katang. I love how stupid they are that they just tell me all this stuff. But let's go Earthling system. There's some more fuel here, and I need you to research some stuff. What do we got? Oh, yeah, I already paid that. You don't need to tell me.
Hi, Captain. How can talk?
Let's... Where's the one to research? You. Give you some research. Alright. Shut off your research. And... upgrade the Doog. Now that I've upgraded the Doog, these are the most powerful lazy ships in the game. They just have, like, a homing missile. It's not a long-range homing missile, it's a short-range homing missile. But it fires very rapidly, and their alt-fire is regenerating their own crew. So, once they're upgraded with, I think it's a higher energy reserve. What does it do exactly? The precursor artifact enables the production of Doog ships with a higher energy level. Yeah, they have a bigger energy reserve. Once you've got that, they can pretty much one-shot anything and use the downtime between fights to regenerate all their crew. They are easy mode. For that reason, I'm probably not going to use them too much because I want to make this a little more interesting. But like this Urquan ship that has 3 crew left, I used to destroy the entire Crux fleet at the start of the war. So, you know, combat in this game is not that hard. Let's see. Let's go to the X-Chaggers. Let's see what this is. Well, let's kill the Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack first. Since the Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack are easy to deal with, I'll go ahead and show off the Doog here. This is absurd. I will not even move a muscle. For the next one, I'm going to let the Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack get off a hit, even, so I can show off the regeneration. Welcome back, Sai. Oh no, I'm falling into the planet. The gravity well of the planet almost killed me. It's okay, I'm safe now. Okay, with the Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack gone, who are these guys? Holy cow, it's an Ortog! An Ortog like the ones from my home planet of Unservault. I remember you guys from when I was a kid on Unservault. You weren't sentient then. You guys are sentient, right? I mean, you're flying a starship. You love that post-battle, you can just crash on the planet and not take damage. Well, I took damage, but I regenerated. Can you say anything besides moo? Are you okay? Look, we need answers about this X-Chagger plague. Answer me! Somehow I don't think you're any more intelligent than you were when I was a child drinking Ortog milk. Is this some weird Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack joke? Forget this, I'm out of here.
Attention, life form of excessive structural complexity! Please be desisting from all further attempts at social intercourse with X-Chagger Regional Headquarters number 3327. Please instead be speaking to X-Chaggers in person. Now usurping dominion of your craft visual scanning resolution. Excessive magnification commencing. Whoopee! Hail, overly complexified one! Now that you have finally ceased trying to engage in ineffectual social intercourse with our colony transport system, let us now be entering into proper intertransmission of shared concepts. Hackle!
Yeah, we are humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow or sentient?
We be X-Chaggers!
Heavy, let's try it this way. What are you guys?
We be microbe agglomeration units. Each microbe not be intelligent. Together microbes be greatly sentient. X-Chaggers not be sentient in ways of any other creature. Unique!
So they're like a colony creature that, in their colony form, becomes sentient. Interesting. Is your entire race completely microscopic?
If the optics involved be the low-resolution optics of your own species, then the answer be yes, microscopic. Howsomever, to our own high granularity optical sensors, we be, of course, fully scopic.
We didn't know there was a lot of microbe intelligence in the galaxy.
We be the only ones we know of.
Are you, living on that Ortog?
It be our colony transport system, X-Chagger Regional Headquarters number 3327.
But that's an Ortog. From my home planet of Undervault. How did you get it?
Actually, it be a gun cow from X-Chag. But we be understanding your consternation. The gun cow herd beast be quite common. It be evolving on 3 planets in our Zanzibar system alone.
I knew they were common in our home quadrant, but how could they have gotten to the Kasari quadrant? It's uncanny.
So be microscopic life forms with sentience through a hive-mind consciousness.
We never did figure out how they spread throughout the space back home.
Gun cows be everywhere. Even Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be recognizing it as from Crux Quadrant.
Someone must have brought that Ortog here.
X-Chagger not be arguing the matter. X-Chaggers and League be have more important discussions about mighty X-Chaggers.
If you're not sentient in the way we are, in what way are you sentient?
In great way. We be sentient in such different way that all other species must be different to even comprehend us.
Well, you're talking, you must be sentient.
You be not first of overly complexified aggregate cellular beings to disbelieve X-Chagger intelligence.
Who else has?
Crux races be laugh at us. Crux be say none of us for them.
Oh, so you've met the Intergalactic Thug Squad.
Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be saying X-Chagger race be not detecting as intelligent with precursor sentient race finder device. Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be saying X-Chagger be no emanation relation to precursor, as all other races be. Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be saying X-Chagger be fall too far from precursor tree. Be say no connection, be no join up. So evil Dak-Tak-Lack be destroy all X-Chagger X-Slave ships except this one, which they keep for study.
Why do the Crux care about a race's connection to the precursors?
Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be say only precursor emanation relations have intelligence. Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack say X-Chaggers not constitute intelligent minds, since each separate X-Chagger unit be dumb as lump of cheese.
They called you a lump of cheese?
Translation problem. Be now pause for calibration repausing process. Blimey! Repausing be yet commence to finish? Significant! Re-explanation forthcoming. Not cheese, but cheesification process. Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack be compare unicellular X-Chagger mind units with active cultures and foodstuffs.
Bacteria?
Mold.
Well, you seem to be much more intelligent than mold.
We be negatifying the Dak-Tak-Lack-Pack assertion. We be disproving their dissertation. X-Chaggers be intellectified as any overly complexified race.
Well, you guys are sentient enough for us. Want to join the League of Sentient Races?
We be answering yes. Hearty. We be thinking you'd be never asking. Wookie.
Why not?
After being insulted by Crux, X-Chaggers be thinking deeply of all overly complexified beings of aggregate specialized cellular structure. X-Chaggers be thinking all overly complexified beings be doubting us. But brave be X-Chaggers! Mighty be X-Chaggers! Small be our resolution!
That's a good line. They're cute. Well, you sold me. You're in. So how many ships you guys got? How large is your fleet?
You'll be looking at it!
That's it? One ship? When will you have more?
X-Jaggers be needing many resources to build fleet!
Oh man, we'll just have to help you make some more ships.
We be hoping to prove X-Jaggers worthy of your trust!
You and us both.
X-Jaggers be grateful! X-Jaggers be celebrating! Zero! X-Jaggers be previously fearing that current X-Jagger agglomeration be the last! We be thanking you for all your kindnesses! We be needing the evil Death-Tack-a-Lack-Pack be broken from our other planets in Zosma! We be needing resources! You can be taking us to other planets to colonize! We be giving you many ships with brave crew! We be happy to kill crocs for you!
Okay, let's I'm not gonna ask about the plague yet. I wanna break that news to them a little later. So tell us about your race.
We be enjoying telling all about X-Jaggers!
Tell us about your history.
X-Jaggers be evolve on Zosma 6! Be happy! Be flourishing! Be build giant hives! Be stretch across continents! Hive pillars be reach into heavens! Hive thermal energy shafts be reach deep into crust! Be find great fairy precursor autobats! Be build great exclave ships! Be fly to stars to look and see!
How far did you explore?
X-Jaggers be just begin to explore near stars when Skablengo! Hyperspace be stop working! We be stuck! Then be evil Death-Tack-Lack-Pack! And Katang! Evil Crux!
What did the Crux do?
Evil Crux be come and be destroy X-Jagger X-Slave ships! They say they be destroy or recruit helpless stranded races! We be say, recruit please! We be say, visit stars please! Death-Tack-Lack-Pack be say, X-Jagger's not the intelligent race! So Death-Tack-Lack-Pack take away most of us for evil study! Now most of race be gone! Lost dynasties be gone!
My heart's breaking, the little guys. What's this about the Death-Tack-Lack-Pack taking away X-Jaggers?
The Death-Tack-Lack-Pack be take away trillions of X-Jagger microbe units for be experimenting! Evil! Evil! Mournful for lost dynasties of X-Jaggers!
Well, tell us about these lost dynasties.
Orgo! Now to be describing the lost dynasties of the X-Jaggers! X-Jagger fleets be gone! Be missing in large amounts! Gone thousands of generations ago!
When was that in our time?
Be a few years ago your time! To us, that be thousands of generations ago!
A few years is thousands of generations ago? You guys lived no more than a day or so?
No! New generation be born every few minutes! But not be die! Unless an individual X-Jagger be killed, she be living forever! But lost dynasties be maybe dead! Be not living forever maybe! X-Jaggers remaining be only a tiny fraction of our full race! We be just a little bit that the Death-Tack-Lack-Pack be allowed to live for maybe more experiments!
That's awful. Genocide for sure. But yeah, the idea of so long as they aren't killed, they'll live forever. So they must have asexual reproduction. They must just do what's the term when a cell splits in two? I forget the term for it, but it's that. Which, yeah, like if you take a bacteria and it divides into two more bacteria, which is the original bacteria? Well, they both are. And then it doesn't die of old age. It divides into two more bacteria and then two more bacteria. So, like, yeah, single-celled organisms technically can live forever in that regard. Mitosis, thank you. Thank you, Epic Prawn. Let's see. We'll help you find your lost dynasties.
Booty! X-Jaggers be happy! We be thanking the overly complexified lead captain! Hoopah! Lost dynasties be still alive, maybe! Entire X-Jagger agglomeration not be living if lost dynasties be dead, maybe! Now, back to the X-Jagger history! Lost dynasties be make X-Jaggers weak! Then the Crocs stay to be prevent X-Jaggers from be strong! Then, be the League of Sentient Races! League be say X-Jaggers be intelligent! League be say X-Jaggers be join and fight Crocs! X-Jaggers be ready for fight! That be the whole X-Jagger history!
I have other questions about your race.
We be enjoying telling answers to the League!
Yes, so the lost dynasties must be the X-Jaggers that the Death-Tack-Lack-Pack are using for the plague, which means they should be alive on the Harika planets. What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
We have never to have been hearing about that. We've been enjoying telling answers to the League.
All right, we gotta break it to them. What do you know about an X-Chagger plague?
X-Chaggers not be help anyone make plague. Friendly the X-Chaggers.
The Dagtac Lackpack made a plague from you X-Chaggers, and it made the Harika and Yorn very sick.
X-Chaggers not be plague.
We'd like to examine you guys to find out.
X-Chaggers be agree for League to examine X-Chaggers.
Good, we'll send a tech team. We have to go now. We'll keep an eye on your colonizing.
Be you faring well, kindly complexified, Captain.
All right. Now that that is done, I'm gonna take your crew. Wait, if you're microbes, how come you've only got 20 of you running a ship? It should be thousands. I'm sure it's just a relative unit. This is weird because this is their home planet, but they only get like a 2-star thing. Like this is like actually an ideal world for like the Cyrene or the Urquan, but it's the X-Chagger homeworld, so I'm gonna give it to them. I don't need your ships. I just need fuel. So here you go. There is one more colony that I need to make, and it's for story purposes. Oh wow, their moon is pretty resource rich too. Actually, a lot of planets in this system have resources. Oh wow, that's got a lot. Except that I want to make another colony, but I want to plant it somewhere where there's no... Do I want to plant where there's no resources, or do I want to actually, for the content, I want to fight. Okay, yeah. So, let's go over here. Let's see if this is suitable for the Urquan. Because the Urquan, the Green Urquan, are a member of the League of Sentient Races. But there should be... Okay, no, this is not good for them. How about you?
Captain, our simulations of the Harika immune system shows that the X-Chagger cellular structure would be extremely toxic to the Harika and would put them into a comatose state. Without access to some comatose Harika bodies, we can't actually determine if we can extract the X-Chagger lost dynasties without killing the X-Chaggers. But we do know that we can destroy the X-Chagger lost dynasties without harming the Harika. We have developed an X-Chagger eradicator serum that we can feed to the Harika and revive them from their comas. However, it will kill the lost dynasties of X-Chaggers.
Can we rescue the X-Chagger lost dynasties instead of killing them? I don't want to commit genocide here.
We need some comatose Harika bodies to know for sure.
Okay, I guess I'll be asking the Harika. But first, I want to... you know what? 3, sure, that's good enough. Urquan? For the content. Chainsaw says I gotta learn how to do this. Do what? PNG tube? Play games? Be a microbial X-Chagger? I don't think you can do that one. That might be beyond your abilities. Why do I still have this green Mycon ship here? You. Go be with the X-Chaggers. What am I doing? I need to talk to the Harika. Oh, mitosis?
Human,
oh, that was a
answer these charges. Are you withholding the salvation of the Harika and Yorn race? Or if you are, I pledge to personally slice you from food intake gullet to bile secretion sac.
Wow. We literally just got the Eradicator serum and he already knows about it. Who do we have that's a spy? Who's spying on us? Hold on, Smiley. Cool your jets. Who told you that?
How we found out is not important. Only the X-Chagger Eradicator serum is important.
Okay. We have the cure, but we can't use it.
Aha! So the Bloxes were right. You do have it. Give it to us right now!
I wonder who told the Ploxus. We have found a cure, but we can't use it because making it will kill billions of innocent sentients.
What? You will use it. And now!
No, I'm not even doing that to offer League's membership. We can't. We mustn't. It would kill zillions and zillions of X-Chaggers.
And withholding it dooms countless Harika and Yorn.
That's the price we have to pay.
Who are you to choose?
It's the only just decision, no matter who chooses.
X-Chagger lover.
Whoa. Damn. Right now, many of the Harika are in comas and not dying.
But they could die at any time.
That's why we must stop squabbling and look for a real cure.
Very well. Would it help your search for a cure if you had some comatose Harika?
Couldn't hurt.
We will send over 5 bodies and their life support systems. We pray you are sincere about seeking a cure. You did volunteer to tell us about the other cure, after all. You could have concealed it. We will trust you.
We hope to prove worthy of your trust.
Farewell.
All right. Next up, I need another Doog planet, and I know this is a Doog planet, so hello, Doogs. You will be joining me.
Huh?
Doogs, I'm here to buy this colony's debt from the Crux.
Oh boy!
I don't need to hear that again.
Oh boy! This...
Let's try some different dialogue options. Welcome, my Doog allies.
Gee, thanks. Them Crux was mean to us. Us don't know how to say thanks enough.
Well, you could try.
Thanks.
Go on.
Thanks.
Nah, that's plenty. Good luck to you. Over and out. Okay, we don't need any of that. I don't need more ships. More fuel. There we go. And that should have given me a bunch of fuel. Thanks. Oh, you know what? I should talk to you again. I think you've got more for me.
Oh boy! Hey, boss captain. Doog's reporting for duty.
We have some questions.
Okay, you can ask questions.
Tell me about the Katang.
Us glad to get away. Hey, bad. Hey, mean. We build huge good stuff for them, and they always say it bad. We build huge pleasure palace for Katang King, but do they say it good? No, they say it not good, but they still use it.
Oh. Whoa, where is this Katang King pleasure palace?
We build pleasure palace for Katang King on, Argus 5.
Well, now I know where the Katang world is. Tell me about the Daktak Lakpak.
They hard to understand. They mean. They scream a lot, like saying 1, you stupid, saying 2, smart, saying 3, so therefore you stupid. It's no fun to talk to them.
That is how they talk. Tell me about the Ploxus.
They creepy. Us afraid of them. They scare us.
We still have not talked to the Ploxus yet. Tell me about the Claircontler.
They big and tough, but not mean.
Tell me about the Harika.
Harika is scary, but not mean.
Tell me about the Doogs.
Huh?
We want to understand you. What can you tell us about yourselves?
Us try to be good. Us always try to do what is good. But it is hard.
They're good boys.
Okay, you can ask questions.
They're good boys. I have even more questions.
Okay, what more questions?
What Crux secrets do you have that we can exploit?
Crux don't tell us secrets.
Probably not. What do you know about the loss of star systems and the loss of hyperspace?
Nothing.
The galaxy is nearing a time war and it will be torn apart and all sentient life could be vaporized in an instant. Do you know anything about it?
The galaxy? He's gonna blow up and us are all gonna vaporize? Darn.
Maybe I shouldn't have told him that. Don't feel like he's smart enough to be able to handle it and it's just going to cause him stress. What do you know about the precursors?
They are our old folks from the first litter of dudes. Us told the Dak about that, and they said it was impossible that the precursings would make such a mistake as to make the dudes made us sad. But they wrong.
I bet the precursors did make them. They're good doogs. They wanted a little doog friend. I bet yeah. What do you know about Rainbow Worlds?
Sure are pretty.
Speaking of, I think I need to actually go to find the Rainbow Worlds. I haven't visited them yet. What do you know about the Eternal ones?
Who?
That's nothing. Farewell, doog allies. Give me some more fuel. Oh, what was it? I got the Comatose Harika. I've got the X-Chagger Eradication Serum. I need to talk to the Claire Contler, because they are under a debt of honor. And I need to find out about that. Still as talkative as ever, huh? Are you Claire Contler being compelled to serve the Crux?
Correct.
Now we're getting somewhere. Why do you work for them?
We must regretfully decline to answer.
Your ideals are very close to those of the League and far from those of the Crux.
That is perhaps true. But we cannot join you.
We can offer you protection from enemies.
We need no protection. Enemies do not bother us for long.
The Crux is bothering you. Why won't you consider them enemies?
We regret that we cannot discuss this matter.
Come on, tell.
We must regretfully leave now.
I think there might be another dialogue option if I go again. Yes, okay. Okay, I got the goods on you. I know that you live under a debt of honor.
True.
I bet that now you are honor-bound to tell me why you are under a debt of honor.
Alas, when Ploxis first arrived in Kasari Quadrant, we committed an act of unbearable wickedness.
What was the act?
We must regretfully decline to answer.
Not that again. I know of the debt of honor, so you're required to tell me. By honor, right?
You are correct. Thus do we compound our shame by not saying.
That's not acceptable. You are required to tell me the source of your shame and debt to the Ploxis.
We can say no more, because we know no more.
What, did you forget?
The answer is lost to us.
How'd you lose the answer?
That answer is also lost to us.
Okay, I can play this. So, if you don't know why you're working for them, how do you know you are supposed to be working for them?
Our queen told us so before she disappeared. We believe her.
Queen? What queen?
The Great Rock, mother of all Claircontler. The lodestone from whom we are all but shards.
When did your queen disappear?
She disappeared after she ordered our servitude.
I could have guessed that. How long did she say your servitude would be?
She disappeared before she could specify the length of servitude.
So, how will you know when you're free?
The Crux are to tell us when the day of expiation comes.
You're trusting the Crux to tell you when you are free?
Yes,
But why? Why trust them? How can you trust them?
we trust the Crux because honor demands it.
You guys are too good for the Crux. The Crux is a bunch of disreputable, dishonorable thugs.
Honor demands our service.
Oh, what a ripoff. We're gonna get to the bottom of this whether you like it or not.
Please, do not. It would bring us more shame.
Okay, enjoy your shame.
We must leave.
Yeah, we're not getting anywhere with them. Not yet. They are unironically stoned. True! I like that there's a planet called Penitese. Penitese nuts. Oop, what do we got?
These comatose Harika are definitely suffering from an infestation of the lost dynasties of X-Chaggers. We think we can make an X-Chagger absorber that can safely pull the X-Chaggers out of the Harika bodies, leaving both the Harika and the X-Chaggers alive. But we would need some massive containers with a built-in X-Chagger life support system to hold the X-Chaggers.
Excellent work.
Whatever you say, sir.
I'm gonna go talk to the X-Chaggers about that then.
We found another precursor artifact that actually indicates that the precursors are still alive and well and living on many of their old worlds throughout the galaxy. It seems that they live on worlds full of functioning precursor machinery. Still alive, but somehow hidden. We can't translate how they are hidden, but it says that it's vital that they have access to their familiar food supplies, which are also on every precursor world. That would explain why the X-Chaggers had an Ortog from your native planet. The precursors probably put those cows on all their planets. Just think, Captain. You might have grown up eating the very same food as the precursors. Food of the gods. Anyway, some of our researchers think the precursors might be invisible, or just slightly out of phase with the physical dimension. So they are standing there next to us laughing at us because we can't see them, or maybe hiding in vast complexes in the fiery planetary core. Complexes hollowed out by fleets of Mycon pod ships, where the precursors can only teleport out or teleport food in. Or maybe the precursors are the planets, merged with the very rock somehow and eating the decaying plants and animals.
This is all speculation. Yeah, how long has it been since you guys had a vacation? Thanks for the help.
We're on it.
All right, X-Chaggers, we need something from y'all.
Hail, kindly complexified captain! X-Chaggers be relieved to be in league! We be thanking you for all your kindnesses!
To save the Harika and the Lost Dynasties, we need some massive containers with an X-Chagger life support system.
We be happy! We be providing X-Chagger ship hives! Ship hives be empty colony structures needing new X-Chaggers! Please be bring us our lost dynasties!
All right, let's go. Let's see. I want to find another. Here we are. Here's a Duke colony.
Huh?
Dukes, I'm here to buy this colony's dead. All right. Talk to you again. Now let's free all the rest of the Dukes.
Gee, thanks. Them crap.
Okay, that's just
Us will be a good.
It's just the same dialogue options as before. Get all that pointed correctly. Where's the next one? Hang on. You should be able to... Adapa, here we go. You are a Duke colony.
Huh?
Dukes, I'm here to buy this colony's dead from the Crux. Up to you. The faster you produce or use, the quicker we can liberate the other Dukes.
Gee.
Okay, yeah.
Thank.
Oh, that's... Okay, that's all the same dialogue options. Okay. Alright. Oh, you guys actually don't have a lot here. This is a smaller base. Is it this one? Yes.
Huh?
Buying them. Talking to them. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Oh, you know what? I do need... Oh, I guess they don't have the Doog option to get their colonists yet, not until, That's fall anyway. Not until I've got every Doog colony, so... Where are the rest? Is it... Yes, this is one. I think this might be the last Doog colony.
Huh?
Yay, I did it! I just officially bought the debt of all the Doogs. All Doogs work for me now.
Gee, thanks. Speaking for all Doogs everywhere in the universe. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. Okay, that's a mean fucking option. You're welcome. I've decided to keep the same debt ratio as the Crux, so you continue to go deeper in debt the longer. That's horrible. Unlike the Crux, will let you actually pay off your debt to us, or I officially relieve you of your debt. We want you as full partners in the league.
Oh boy, we will work hard for you.
Well, you won't have to work as hard for us as you did for the Crux.
Okay, us will get working for you. Thank you. Bye.
All right, now there we go. Did the Duke show up? Let's get 20 of you guys. Okay. What do we got?
League scientists have assembled a functional X-Jagger absorber.
Okay, let's go talk to the Harika. I've got it.
What do you want?
Harika and Yorn, we have the cure for your people.
Stay back, human. We do not trust you after you refused to help us once before.
Come on, guys. Let us go to the infected planets. We can cure them.
Very well. You may try. We'll be watching carefully.
All right. That is the absorber, I do believe.
This X-Jagger absorber is a miracle of microengineering. Those little guys can achieve some amazing effects that we can't, even with precursor technology. Yes, sir.
All right. Use.
The X-Jagger absorbers saved the Harika. They're awakening from their comas. The lost dynasties of X-Jaggers are intact and alive.
Yay! Let's talk to you guys.
You waste our valuable time. Be gone.
I thought you would have been happier to be cured.
X-Jaggers be free! Free! Who be you?
I'm a human from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace.
X-Jaggers be out of hostile host! X-Jaggers be back in friendly host! Be happy! Be pausing! X-Jaggers be now scry a fake feeling! Salute! X-Jaggers be now scry whole X-Jagger agglomeration! We be making joyful greeting clamor!
We just saved you last Dynasty X-Jagger, old pal.
X-Jagger hive mind be say that human from Earth rescued X-Jaggers! X-Jaggers grateful forever!
Excellent. Now let's pay back those Crux that enslaved you and poisoned the Harika.
We be agree!
Okay, I've got... I think I need to find another Harika planet. I think it's this one, yes. Yep, that's Harika. All right. I just need to cure you guys.
You waste our...
Okay. Don't worry, I'm not wasting your time.
The X-Jagger absorbers saved...
Okie doke. Now you're green.
You have saved us. You have saved our people.
Yep, and save the X-Jaggers too.
You are a great warrior, for you have the ability to save, as well as the ability to kill. We will never forget this.
Thank you. We're glad your people live, and the Great Plague is past.
We have been deceived by the Crocs. They have strewn the planets with the bodies of our people. They have visited untold weeping upon the Harika and the Yorn. We shall tear them to bloody bits and send their juices to crystallize and shatter in the icy void of space.
You're a guy after my own heart.
Would your league interfere with our perpetrating a righteous vendetta against the purveyors of evil?
No way. We'll even help with the perpetrating.
Then we shall join your league, oh great healer.
I formally induct you into the League of Sentient Races.
We thank you for saving us, noble human. In return, we offer our service and fealty. The Harika and the Yorn shall be loyal to the League of Sentient Races now and forever.
Okay, then I command you to stop eating the sentient Yorn.
Don't push it.
I'm serious as a Harika and a Akuma, buddy. It stops now. They're sentient.
It cannot stop. We did not explain this to you before, but the Harika and Yorn are symbiotes. We co-evolved, the Eater and the Eaten. We resolved our ancient predator-prey relationship in an amicable fashion. We evolved our natural roles to the point that we no longer feed on the young. Only the healthy adults who have already bred. The Harika and the Yorn are now almost a hybrid race, and we continue to evolve towards something greater.
How could predators have evolved a sympathetic relationship with their prey?
The Harika evolved a sympathetic relationship to the Yorn because we listened to the wisdom of our prey. The predatory savagery of the Harika is highly self-destructive. We almost destroyed ourselves in global Armageddon until the blessed day that we first began to listen to our food. The peaceful, contemplative Yorn continue to serve as a moderating influence on the Harika's predatory, antagonistic temperament. For example, during our time in the Crocs, the Yorn persistently urged the Harika to talk to the League and give you a chance to help us.
I see what the Harika get, but what do the poor Yorn get out of this deal?
Many things. The Harika supplement the Yorn's limited mobility and serve as their hands that take them to the stars.
But that's not really symbiosis, isn't it? Doesn't symbiosis require a physical characteristic?
It requires nothing more than what we wish it to require. But we are evolving some physical connections. Harika have eaten Yorn for so long that Yorn proteins are now the only food that can properly sustain the Harika.
But what do the Yorn get out of being eaten?
The Yorn evolved being eaten by the Harika's primitive ancestors. They evolved an adaptation that causes them to breed in wave after wave of huge litters. They breed so rapidly that without the Harika to control their population overruns a planet, exhausting all available food sources in less than a decade. The Yorn were starving and dying in vast and tragic numbers during the X-Chagga plague.
Surely you can find a synthetic source of food and the Yorn can find an artificial means to limit their population.
Possibly. But such an intrusion into our evolved life cycle is unnecessary. But that would mean wrenching changes to a system we evolved in prehistoric times. Our twin races co-evolved, much like humans, and the intestinal flora that humans use to digest their food.
Let's see. If we find out that the bacteria in my guts are sentient, gee, I don't know what I'd do.
Hopefully, you would listen to them.
Well, I listened to the X-Jaggers. Okay, you made your point. You can keep this odd relationship and be in the League. Okay, let's talk to you guys again.
Hail, great captain, and healer of the Harika and the Yorn.
Hi yourself, great Harika and Yorn. I got a couple questions.
How may we further assist you?
Tell me about the Katang.
The Katang are so paranoid about survival that they never trust their safety in any situation in which they cannot fully control the environment, atmosphere, or biohazards. Therefore, they wear complete environment suits at all times. The suits are not to protect them from us or their enemies, but from each other. They can't trust one another, so they never allow the slightest chance for betrayal. They betray at every chance they get, and they expect everyone to be the same. Their distrust of one another has made them highly vulnerable to the manipulations of the Plaxis. How may we further assist you?
Tell me about the Daktak Lakpak.
The Daktak Lakpak are far less intelligent than they pretend they are. They have amassed huge collections of precursor artifacts, but they do not know how to use them. How may we further assist you?
Tell me about the Plaxis.
We also know that the Plaxis fear you. After the collapse of hyperspace, they thought they ruled this quadrant. Then you showed up. They are terrified of you and work against you at all times. They boast of how they managed to get one of your races to turn against you. We do not know which race.
Well,
how may we further assist you?
The Mycon left us when we demanded that they stop imprinting their memories on the Deep Children. But even before that, the Vux have been raiding the Mycon. So it's could be the Vux, could be the Mycon. Although, if the Mycon joined the Crux, why would the Vux be raiding? I don't know. Tell me about the Clairconquilor.
We know little about them, save that they would never work for the Crux if the Plaxis had not devised some devious scheme. How may we further assist you?
Tell me about the Doogs.
The Plaxis cruelly manipulate the gentle and trusting Doogs, but we do not know how.
Oh, no worries. We already got that worked out.
How may we further assist you?
What Crux secrets do you have that we can exploit?
The Plaxis have a precursor vessel that they use to transport all the Crux races from system to system. It is their main source of power. Without it, they are helpless. They keep it at the galactic core, protected by a massive antimatter shield that can instantly vaporize any incoming object. How may we further assist you?
What do you know about the loss of star systems and the loss of hyperspace?
The loss of hyperspace marked the start of the time of great anguish. The Crux had just invaded the Kasari quadrant to colonize and look for precursor artifacts. We resisted their brutal incursions into our space, and our Ravagers single-handedly fended them off for a long time. Behind the scenes, Yorn diplomats sought to ally us with other Kasari quadrant races, like the reclusive Owa and the objectionable Viro Ingo. But then hyperspace collapsed, and we were fat and helpless targets to the Crux. But still, we refused to join them in their conquests. But then, the X-Chagger Plague began, and all Harika who were not aboard Ravagers fell into comas. The Daktak Lakpak promised to find a cure, and we had no choice but to agree. We do not know why or how hyperspace travel collapsed. We think that might be the event the precursors feared when they fled. How may we further assist you?
Are there any other races in this quadrant that might help the League?
The Owa confided the location of their homeworld to us in the strictest confidence. But we owe you our lives, and must trust that you mean all the honorable words you have uttered. We are now sending your ship the coordinates to Owa Prime, the Owa homeworld on Namasani Epsilon. How may we further assist you?
I haven't met the Owa yet. What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
We had never heard of them until the Crocs arrived. The Dak-Tak-Lak-Pak demanded we immediately report any mention of the Eternal Ones. But we never heard any mention of them until you just said the name. We suspect that the Dak-Tak-Lak-Pak fear them, and we doubt that the Eternal Ones are from this quadrant, or even from this galaxy. How may we further assist you?
Farewell, Harika and Yorn. Okay. Let's take a look at your... You guys are pretty underdeveloped, but that makes sense. You've been ravaged by a plague. There's the Oa homeworld, but before I do that, I need to investigate some of the Rainbow Worlds. So, let's go to the first one. Hello, Rainbow World. Oh, I am covering it. Hang on. Well, I'll move my guy after this convo.
Base villain!
So you can see what the Rainbow
Thou
World
hast
looks
played
like.
Thy wicked trap with a cunning hand. Thy fell sorcery has perchance nullified our ship's hyperspace drives, but thou shalt not find us easy prey. We shall fight for our sacred honor, even unto death.
Wait, you mean you no harm?
A palpable lie. Dost thou expect us to believe that thy presence in orbit o'er this most venerable world is mere coincidence?
Not exactly. We're here to search the Rainbow Worlds.
So, thou admitt'st it, villain. Thou knowest the Protectorate of Oa is the ancient defender of the Rainbow Worlds. The only way thou couldst gain access to this fabled world is by stopping the Oa Protectorate from sending more reinforcements. Villain, deceit is thy name. Divide and conquer is thy game.
The truth is that we went to search the Rainbow World for precursor artifacts.
Ah, so thou dost admit that thou art here to set thy foot upon Owa's sacred ground.
Oa Sacred Ground, the Rainbow Worlds belong to all races.
No, they are only for the Oa.
Rainbow Worlds exist everywhere in the galaxy, including places with no Oa.
That matters not to us. The Rainbow Worlds are the birthright and sacred trust of the Oa. They are the repository for the toxic effluvia produced by our advanced antimatter research.
What antimatter research?
But I have said too much. I can say no more. Suffice it to say that I shall do my sacred honor and prevent you from setting foot upon the Rainbow World.
How can I change your mind?
Only our Reef Master on our home world of Owa Prime can change our orders.
So get them to change your orders.
Thou knowest we can no longer use the hyperspace engines that are the source of our travel. So there can be no change in our orders.
I have an idea. Join my battle group and I'll take you to your homeworlds to get your orders changed.
We cannot tell a potential foe the location of our most venerable homeworld.
Oh, I already know where it is. I'm gonna find your homeworld. Any message for your people?
Yea, verily. Tell them we did our duty and forbade your visit to the Rainbow Worlds, even at the cost of our lives.
It's a deal. Looks like I won't be going to the Rainbow World right now. Goodbye.
Now that thou hast learned that Owa cannot send reinforcements to the Rainbow Worlds, thou art dangerous to us. We regret that we must destroy you now, or perish in the attempt. Battle should be glorious, but we take no joy in attacking you.
Well, guess I can't avoid that one. Alright, let's do the Urquan. Damn, he got me down to half health. Oh dear. Oh. No, this way. Oh shit. He got me. Let's pull out the Doogs. I got sucked into the planet at the end there. Okay, let's take... Oh, yeah. Let me... Hang on. Tab out. Move me down there so you can see the pretty rainbow world. And that's the last time you'll see it because I'm going to be up here so that I'm not blocking the dialogue every time we do it. Okay. Let's see. There is something down here. But...
Captain, we regret to report that our search failed at this time because the rainbow worlds are contaminated with powerful antimatter wastes. We don't have the technology or the basis in antimatter theory necessary to create the specialized antimatter containment field that we need to continue our search.
Excellent work.
Whatever you say, sir.
Okay then. I would say it's now time to go to Owa Prime.
An invader hath uncovered the hidden city. Sound the alarms, ring the klaxons. The beast must not reach Owa Prime and lay waste to our sacred homeworld.
Hey, I mean you no harm. We just want to talk to your leader. Yo, peace.
Thou mayst approach Owa Prime, but shouldst thou harm one coral in the watery shores below, 1,000 weapons shall lay waste to thy ship.
We do not wish to fight you.
Hail and well met, dweller in gaseous environs. Thou mayst approach Owa Prime and speak with the Reef Master.
Thanks. Try that again now.
Who art thou, O dweller in gaseous environs? From whence hast thou come? And what are thine intentions upon the secret and sacred world of Owa Prime?
We are humans from Earth of the League of Sentient Races. We come in peace. How may we classify you, fellow sentient?
But verily, the full name of our race is the Great Protectorate of Owa, keepers of the creche of life, dwellers in the oceanic depths, reef keepers and sailors upon the currents of space, defenders of the rainbow worlds, seekers of heroism and glory for the Owa Protectorate.
Wait.
But thou mayest employ our
He
abbreviated
said Protectorate of Owa and
call
Owa
us
Protectorate.
Owa. I am Oflubin, the Reef Master of Owa Prime.
Oh... Yeah, their full title had Protectorate of Owa and Owa Protectorate later in it. So, like, we wish to enter peaceful relations with you and the Owa people.
Perhaps, but first, thou must tell us how thou hast found thy way unto our most hidden homeworld, which is known to precious few throughout the entire galactic quadrant.
The Harika told us after we saved them from the plague of X-Chaggers.
Ah, we did not realize that the Harika knew of our homeworld. Our strength hath long been our ability to steal away into the inky depths of space, away from all predator. Before the loss of hyperspace, we sailed to far-off planets for conclaves with the savage Harika and the clever Yawn. They sought to draw us into their war against the hegemonic Crux. After much debate, we refused to join their war. But during our parley, I fear that a sympathetic elder of Owa Prime did secretly reveal the location of our homeworld to the wily Yawn emissary. So now the Harika know that is a most troubling vulnerability.
The Harika pose no threat to you, but the Crux do.
So thou sayest. It doth trouble us to learn that the Harika live on. We cannot say we are pleased. The Harika have been dangerous adversaries in the past, but we shall not attack them for telling you of our location.
Mighty tolerant of you.
Aye, the Owa are truly great and compassionate. Now, attend to us as we pose our many questions unto thee.
Fire away.
Why have our ships ceased to function?
The answer is interdimensional fatigue. Too much use of hyperspace has caused it to collapse. Ships are stalled all over the quadrant.
These are indeed grim tidings. How is it that thy ship doth continue to function long after all other ships have lost their ability to enter hyperspace?
We have a special precursor warp bubble technology.
This is most amazing.
We need your help to fix the damage.
Thou believest that thou can restore hyperspace travel? In sooth, such claims are made with ease and kept with difficulty.
I can restore hyperspace, but I need your help. Will you help us?
Repairing such deep and dreadful damage shall truly require the efforts of many. If thou art sincere about wishing to restore our vital hyperspace capacities, then lo, the OWA would prove most grateful and shall provide assistance. Thou mayest ask thy questions now.
That's what I like to hear.
Ask thy question.
We killed some of your warriors in orbit around a rainbow world. We want to tell you that they did their duty and died to protect the rainbow worlds.
So it hath come to this. Our warriors have been slaughtered in the dry, empty wastes of space, while doing nothing more than their duty. Good. Our thoracic aortas swell with pride.
Yes, they were dedicated, all right.
Their deaths bear witness to their nobility. They remained heroic to the end and never wavered from their true duty. Without fear of sanctions, lo, they shall breed.
I got news for you about how reproduction works.
To preserve the nobility of the OWA race, we do only allow breeding by the most heroic of OWA. All OWA are forbidden from breeding according to the ordinary decree of nature. Instead, all OWA donate our reproductive materials to our great seed reserves. Those OWA that prove their nobility are allowed to breed in vitro. In such manner we ensure that the heroic always do breed, even if the hero is dead, especially if the hero is dead. As for thee, human, I tell thee this. Though I mourn the loss of my warriors, I praise thee for thy nobility in conveying their final message unto their homeworld. For all such future encounters thou mayest bespeak all such marooned OWA warriors as thou shalt find, saying thusly, Reef Master O'Flubum hath commended thee to grant safe passage unto me. Then shalt they not perish in vain, but live on until the day of rescue.
I gotta say, the whole, like, only letting the heroes breed thing feels a little fashy. Why did you dump antimatter on the Rainbow Worlds?
To fulfill our grand destiny, the OWA must find a technology greater than even thy warp bubble engine. We must learn to transcend the gross shackles of the physical boundaries of space. And so we do require vast experiments into the nature of antimatter. But alas, the wastes our experiments discharged did prove ruinous to our planets. We lost many worlds in cataclysmic implosions before we discovered the Rainbow Worlds. The wonder of the Rainbow Worlds is such that they can contain a seemingly limitless store of antimatter without imploding.
If these wastes are so bad for your planet, why use the Rainbow Worlds?
We do dispose of our antimatter wastes upon the Rainbow Worlds because only the indestructible Rainbow Worlds can contain the wastes' explosive power. The wondrous Rainbow Worlds do exert a neutralizing field that keepeth the wastes from erupting. Verily, the precursors must have built them as toxic waste mounds. Why would the fabled ancients create so indestructible a set of worlds, save that they wish to use them to be rid of dangerous wastes?
Maybe they made the rainbow worlds indestructible because they perform a vital function for the universe.
The Owa had never considered such a thought. We must mull over this notion. Ask a different question while we ponder.
We need to examine the rainbow worlds. How can we safely search them?
Seek not to undertake so frightening a duty. Such a task is difficult and fraught with peril. If search thou must, then thou must first cleanse the rainbow worlds of all antimatter wastes. Thou must collect all the antimatter into one small area on the rainbow world. Only an Owa antimatter scoop can accomplish this.
Will you give me this antimatter scoop?
Thou must prove thy heroism.
Very well, put us to the test. You will not find us lacking.
I say unto thee, no such tasking is necessary. Thy nobility is evident. Thine inborn heroism or cowardice shall be amply demonstrated during the course of the significant events of the quadrant.
You wouldn't believe some of the stuff I've had to do to get other races to cooperate with their own salvation.
Indeed. Perhaps thou hast hitherto associated with lower orders. We, Owa, are close to the precursors in development, and therefore far nobler than other races.
But everyone says.
Here is the antimatter scoop. It will scoop the antimatter toxins from a single rainbow world and contain them but temporarily. Say unto our warrior ships in orbit around the rainbow world, Reef Master O'Flubum hath commended thee to grant safe passage unto me. Then thou mayest use the scoop. But remember, yon antimatter toxins must remain upon the rainbow world. Shouldst thou take the antimatter away from the shelter of the rainbow world, lo, shall the antimatter erupt in fury, shattering thy ship, yea, even thy precursor vessel. In that way, we do prevent thee from fashioning a weapon from the waste.
Thanks, now I have more questions.
Ask thy question.
We got some other questions.
Ask thy question.
Tell us about the Owa.
The Owa are a great race of warriors and scholars with a distinguished past. But alas, our future looks grim. Yea, verily, we do regret the loss of the old millennia, when wars were simple, and the fate of the galaxy itself did not ride upon the outcome. The contests were glorious, and the space lanes rang with the splendor of epic battle. But now, the Kasari quadrant is filled with invaders from other quadrants seeking to plunder the galactic core. Scavengers of the precursors, instead of reverential and restrained admirers of the precursor legacy. How we do long for the old way.
These guys come across a little fashy. Got some other questions. What do you know about the Crux?
The Crux doth seek an alliance with the Owa, and there are those among the elders of Owa who would join the Crux. Before we lost our hyperspace capacity, we had entered into discourse with the Crux. They sought ongoing access to our antimatter wastes and our waste handling technology, but they lacked the nobility of a truly advanced civilization. Beyond their power, they are mere plate-pated ruffians. We wanted no part of them and retreated to our hidden worlds before we lost our hyperspace capacity. But if thou couldst find our hidden world, it is likely that the Crux can as well. Therefore, we must decide if either League or Crux are worthy of our alliance. But we shall give neither of you our antimatter, even though the Crux now have some.
What? How did the Crux get some antimatter?
In the days before we did lose our hyperspace abilities, the Crux sought to procure our antimatter wastes. They succeeded in deceiving us into giving them an antimatter containment pod.
Oh, but I've got that now.
They took antimatter from a rainbow world and fashioned it into a great shield for their precursor vessel. Any ship that tries to traverse the boundary of the antimatter shield is torn apart in a furious swarm of photons and pi mesons. So you see,
wait, the text says electrons.
Give any other race access to the antimatter.
I'd like to ask about another subject. Got some other questions? What do you know about the Kasari races?
The Harika are most ferocious foes, though their yawn brethren do temper their appetite for carnage. Together, the two races do exhibit some measure of nobility. The Viroingo are an ignoble pact of contemptible, ill-beseeming, distempered beasts. The Elk are mysterious and withdrawn, and we have seldom seen them. And the Exquiven are not but an enigma.
I've not met the Ulk or the Exquiven yet. I'm noticing a lot of the OWA dialogue the audio doesn't match up with the text. More so than I've noticed, like maybe one word here or there with some of the other ones, but with the OWA, there's quite a lot of mismatch between what he's saying and what the text is saying. What do you know about the precursors?
The precursors are the great lords of all the reef. Lo, in countless ages past, they did make the waters of a barren, sunless world fruitful with life, and thus were the OWA born. We seek the precursors and all their lore, that we may partake of their legacy. We are their spiritual children, and one day, if we remain noble and steadfast, we shall reunite with them. It is our destiny.
Got some other questions? What do you know about the Eternal Ones?
We know of no such beings. Ask.
The League needs guys like you. Want to join us?
Alas, we cannot join. Yea, though our destiny is difficult, we must cling to it with all our spirit. For the destiny of the OWA Protectorate is the greatest heroism. We cannot join thee, for thou hast a lesser destiny.
Our destiny is pretty damn impressive.
In sooth, such claims are made with ease and kept with difficulty.
So are your claims.
If thou hast further questions, ask them. Ask.
Okay, looks like that's it. Thank you for your time. We must leave now.
May the stellar currents carry thee to the safe harbor of thy destiny.
Okay. What do I want to do next?
ICOM online. League diplomats are urgently requesting that you demand that the Mycon stop imprinting memory.
Oh, that's like old. I've already talked to the Mycon. What else?
Sir, League scientists request that we explore the first planet of the Calypso system.
Well, that's the next Rainbow World. What else?
Sir, League scientists request that we explore the first planet of the Calypso system.
Okay, that's it.
ICOM offline.
Yes, we're going to do the other Rainbow World. And the OWA wants to oh, who's talking to me right now?
Who be you?
Oh, I guess after bringing the Harika with the second X-Chagger thing, I did all of that with the OWA in a day. So I am now talking to the other ship of the Lost Dynasty. Let's just skip through all that, because we already saw it.
Base villain! Thou hast laid thy wicked trap with a cunning hand. Thy fell sorcery has perchance nullified our ship's hyperspace drives, but thou shalt not find us easy prey. We shall fight for our sacred honor, even unto death.
Reef Master of Flubum hath commanded thee to grant safe passage unto me.
Thou mayst proceed.
That's easy. There's a thing here, and I've got the antimatter scoop.
This antimatter scoop will let us temporarily collect the antimatter waste so we can scan a rainbow world for the Murnmurn Mother Ark Control Unit. It does not, however, let us collect things from the surface of the rainbow world. Will do, sir.
That dialogue was referencing a plot element that has not happened yet. Yeah, you can't use this just by itself. Even though I've got the antimatter containment pod, there's still like one other thing that I need to get before I can use anything.
Captain, we regret we don't...
Yeah.
Will do, sir.
So I can't do anything else with it. I'm just gonna go visit all of the rainbow worlds. And actually... Okay. While I do that, let me move to the bottom. That way we get to see the rainbow worlds more. Nothing here. And nothing here. So we know there are at least 2 artifacts
on
the rainbow worlds. But,
Observation. Human from Earth has been detected. Query. Does the human from Earth have new precursor or Eternal One information to transmit?
Don't have any new information right now.
Observation. No new data. Directive. Transmission terminated.
Looks like there was options to talk to the Daktak Lakpak about the Harika Plague, but since I've already cured it, I don't really need to ask them about it. Oh, look. Harika ships. Let's pick those up. What do we got?
Although the impetus that drives us to meet with you is rooted in sadness, I am glad for the opportunity to speak with you again. Just seeing you fills me with happiness.
Let's move me up so that we can see the dialogue. There we go. What brings you here?
The Utwig are advanced beings, Shining One, but they are paralyzed by the loss of their Ultron. You must find it and return it to them.
Well, that sure helps.
Patience, my child. You must know the problem before you learn how to solve it.
The Utwigs sure aren't acting too advanced these days.
The Utwig have become very dependent upon the Ultron. Can you imagine holding your god in your hands and then having it wrested from you?
Do you know who stole the Ultron?
No. The Ultron was stolen. We do not know by whom.
Do you know where the Ultron is?
We cannot detect the location of the Ultron, but there exists a race that can, the Pakunk. The Ultron continuously emanates psychic waves that the Pakunk can detect.
Why didn't the Pakunk tell me this already?
The Pakunk must be guided to meditate on the Ultron.
Sounds good. I'll go talk to the Pakunk.
You humans are so refreshingly direct. This is one of the reasons we chose you. This is why we have managed the development of humankind. We have faith in you, my child. May you fare well.
What's all this managed our development stuff? What exactly did you do?
From the dawn of humankind, we have been there to nurture you. You have painted our pictures on cave walls, told tales about our mysterious exploits, erected standing stones and pyramids for us.
Oh, great,
We
ancient
have
aliens.
tested your species to understand your development and brought you to the pinnacle of instinct and reason that you are today. But I must tread carefully. You are not ready for everything, and I fear that you would not understand.
What kind of tests? Alien abduction experiments?
To call our interactions with your kind merely experiments would be much too simple. Let us just say that we have a vested interest in your development. You are one of our extended family, just as other sentients in other dimensions have their extended families. We are proud of you as you would be of your children, and someday, well, I have said too much already.
Nowhere in there did you tell me what you actually did to humans.
We saw potential in your race that spoke of greatness, and we wanted to give you the chance to meet that potential.
You've been messing with our development? I can't say as I like that.
Well, you can't argue with the results, can you? I mean, just look at you. You are superb. You are a pinnacle of accomplishment. My child, the galaxy is full of dangers, as you have seen. Without a wise race to act as careful caretaker, you would succumb to these crafty and hidden dangers.
Some crafty and hidden dangers can be craftily hidden as friends.
You are very wise, child. To speak more of this would put your entire race at risk. Knowing too much too soon is as dangerous as knowing too little. I wish you much speed and wisdom. Do not let your doubts and misgivings cloud your reason. The Erelu only wish to aid and protect you.
I don't trust those guys at all.
We've found a cache of precursor records discussing the use of hyperspace drives. They say that hyperspace drives can adversely affect the very fabric of space. They were especially concerned about portal spawning technology, which punches holes in space at any point. They don't seem so concerned about individual portal spawners, like the one that you had on your previous precursor vessel. They seem more worried about a massive burst of countless portals opened by these mysterious Eternal Ones. The upshot is that several 100,000 years ago, they accurately predicted that hyperspace travel could stop working from overuse. Portal spawning travel will continue to work, but it will continue to damage the fabric of space. This is why they developed the warp bubble transport technology. Apparently, they perfected it just before they disappeared. They hint about more advanced forms of travel, but provide no specifics. They were at work on a massively powerful artifact, designed to strengthen the fabric of space-time after these assaults. It does not say where this artifact is, but refers to it as an iridescent latticework. Sorry, that's the best we can do on the translation.
Iridescent latticework. As in, maybe a network of rainbow worlds that all seem to point to the galactic core. I appreciate all your efforts.
We're on it.
Okay, I think, yeah, because, like, here, I'm actually going to turn on the 3D just so that you can see all of those are all the rainbow worlds that I visited down at the bottom, and they're all pointing to one direction. Let's... Oh, I'm not quite... There we go. That's where I want it. Okay, let's go to Indra, which is the last of the rainbow worlds, and then let's go talk to the Pekonk, because they know, or they will know, where the Ultron is.
Base villain!
Skip. Nothing here. Conk time.
I am filled with love at the sight of you. Perhaps we can converse together. or just coexist for a few special moments?
I vote for conversing.
How may I enlighten you at this moment, Captain?
The Araloo said you know something about the Ultron.
We do? Well, the very question produces vibrations. A wave of cosmic bliss enters me from my lower pedal talons and runs along my hollow bones, imparting many messages to me as it travels upwards and departs my body through my vestigial bin feathers. It brings me the following footnotes from the Akashic Records. Space is both curved and not curved. The Ultron is in orbit over Arato 6. And your smile delights us sprite-like interdimensional travelers. So smile, darn you, smile!
Arato 6, alright. Catch you later, duty calls. Okay. That's Arato. Well, those look like Vux ships. That makes sense.
Uh-oh. Ow. Hi, Captain.
What are you doing here?
Harvesting resources?
There are no resources here to harvest.
Well, how about that? No resources. Wait, let me check. Wow! No resources! The great Earthling Captain is right! Will wonders never cease? I guess even a stopped chronometer is correct once a millennium. No resources. Huh. Guess we should go home now.
Not so fast. Do you guys have the Ultron?
Ultron? What's an Ultron? And why would we want it? And why would we want to upset the Utwig by stealing it?
If you don't know what the Ultron is, how do you know the Ultron belongs to the Utwig?
That's a very good question. I can see that you were not dropped on your malformed ovoid head at birth. Yep, keep on asking those tough questions, and you'll go places. Speaking of going places, it's time for us to leave now. No resources on this planet. Imagine that. Well, bye. Time to go home.
Home? How?
Oh, good question. Well, we have to sign off so we can look for a way home.
Not so fast. I want to search your ships.
Don't you trust us?
No.
Wait! Why do you think we have this Ultron, or whatever it's called?
We think you have the Ultron because the Pakunk told us.
Oh, the little Pakunk! How do they know? What are they, psychic?
Actually, yes.
Oh, who cares? Just ugly Pakunk and uglier humans.
How did you get here?
Wow! How did we get here? Weird.
Now it's time for you to join my ship's battle group.
Never!
I think you do have the Ultron.
Slander! Go away, or we'll never forgive you for such ugly words, you tuskless smooth skin!
I bet you guys took the Ultron. I think you're lying to me.
That doesn't matter! You should believe us even when we lie, or else we'll think you don't trust us!
I don't trust you. Now hand it over.
Die! Ugly snub snout!
That went well. Alright, Utwig. They stole it from you. You get it back. I'm gonna go... Well, first I need to make sure that I've got the Ultron.
We found an indestructible object floating in space along with the debris from the Vux ship. From the energy signature, we'd say it's the Ultron, but it looks different. It appears that the Vux have tampered with it and found a way to sabotage it.
I appreciate all your efforts.
Will do, sir.
All right, let's go give it back to the Outwig first, and then let's go confront the Vux. That's right, the Spathy are still in orbit over here.
You have arrived at a most inopportune time. Collectively, the Utwig colonists are grappling with their great remorse. Nevertheless, in order to foster a spirit of goodwill within the League, we extract ourselves from our intense cycle of self-pity and offer this greeting which we hope will suffice. Hello. Do you have the Ultron?
Here it is. Here it is. Your wonderful Ultron. We got it from some nasty Vux.
Is this a joke?
No.
That's not the Ultron. That doesn't even look much like the Ultron.
It's the Ultron. Okay, it looks a little different, but its unique energy signature says it is the Ultron.
What have you done to it?
All I did was take it away from the Vux.
It no longer sings to me.
What can I do to fix it?
It's ruined. We must return to our mourning, more inconsolable than ever.
We will search the galaxy to find a way to return the magnificent Ultron to its former state.
Thank you. We will persevere, even in the face of our unremittingly bleak future.
Well, you guys are very grateful, Vux. Why haven't I kicked them out of the League yet? Why is that not an option yet?
Captain, we found out that you are paying the dues! You are the stupidest captain ever! Giving away our life's blood to the Crux. This is where all our resources have been going!
Get back in line, Admiral, or I'll put you back in line.
You should resign for doing such a thing.
Never. Now I have a question.
Please inform the...
We found the Ultron, and you Vux had it. Why?
Why, there must be some mistake.
No. No mistake. No space god illusions. You Vux had taken it.
Well then, it must be more pesky renegades, because we would never do such a thing to our dear friends.
Then how did the renegades accomplish it without hyperspace travel?
Now, Captain, how could I possibly know any such thing?
You are still the prime suspect. This is happening on your watch.
Are you questioning my leadership?
Yes, we expect you to patrol your own colonists and prevent renegades.
Really, Captain? My honor is impugned. You have maligned me and I am deeply hurt. I thought we had built some trust between us, different though we may be. But no! I perceive now the same bigotry and misunderstanding which brought our two species to war once before. We will resign from the League if you keep accusing us and saying such horrible things about us.
This is a formal protest against Vux actions. Heed it, or you won't need to quit. You'll be thrown out. Why doesn't it just give me the option to kick them out?
We Vux will prevail. You'll see. Now then, is there anything else?
See you later, Admiral.
Later.
All right. I'm gonna go ask for the conch again. Maybe they know how to fix it.
I am filled.
We got the Ultron back, but the Outwig won't take it. Do you know what's wrong with it?
Visions call to me, and I smell shifting waves of kaleidoscopic color, while silky shapes sound in my ears as I taste harmonious sounds. These forces of synesthesia inform me that the Ultron has been injured during its odyssey. The Vux were not in harmonious alignment with it. But does the Ultron hate those Vux roughhousers? No, it does not. It loves them. And as a result of their brief encounter with the Ultron, the Vux will have their bodies reconstructed down to their very genetic material. Isn't that funny? Well, we think it is.
Okay, fine, but what about the Ultron? How do I fix it?
The damage done is severe. However, intelligent precursor artifacts can assess the damage and rebuild the Ultron from the inside out. I see a disc-shaped, no? A plate! A plate made of the loveliest crystal. And I see... Is it a pretty marble candlestick? No, a flange. A marble flange. And... this one is tricky. It shimmers like the most lustrous ivory, and it bends along a central axis like a sheath.
I don't know if all that free associating was deeply profound or a huge waste of my time.
Place the round base of the marble flange upon the plate crystal, and draw the Ultron toward the assemblage with the ivory sheath. That's all there is to it.
That's all you know?
I can see the location of the plate crystal. A star called Buster. No, Booster. New Booster. New Booster 1.
There is no new booster star in the Kasari Quadrant.
Details. New Booster, Nabusta. What really matters is far more important than names. Names are important for other reasons. And true names are most important of all. Well, that was fun. Do you have any other questions?
I'll catch you later. Duty calls. Alright, so... Nabusta. Well, there's an anomaly here.
A vowel.
Kaboom. Okay, what do we have here? That's the plate crystal. But that's only one of the three. Fortunately, because I played the game, I know where the others are. Delicious. Right. Well, that's gonna be a bit. Mycon would have been better for this planet, but I don't have any of them because they left. I only have the green Mycon, who I haven't checked on in a while, actually. Looks like they've advanced enough to build a fuel depot, but they don't have much fuel. We're at 68, 70. We're getting there. Just the interesting thing is that the way that the dig sites progress is unaffected by the time. I can speed this up all the way, and it still goes as slow as if I had it set to the lowest time. So I usually set it to the lowest time. All right, so I picked that up. Now I have a question for the Spaffy. Got any hot clues? What do you know about the Ultron, the plate crystal, the ivory sheath, and the marble flange?
Nothing. But we'll look into that. We better stop talking. Now!
And ask you again.
Attention! We rummaged around in some musty old dak-tack-lack-pack storerooms full of old junk. And what do you think we found? A flange made of marble. Or some marbleoid substance. Well, at least it looks flange-like, doesn't it? Anyway, here it is. We have to stop talking now.
Okay. We have all 3 items. Let's fix the Ultron. Your tech team works diligently to repair the Ultron with the ivory sheath, the marble flange, and the plate crystal. After all the pieces are in place, they deliver the results, but it doesn't quite look like you remember. Well, let's talk to the Outwig and see if it's good enough.
You have arrived at a most inopportune time. Collective.
Blah, blah, blah. Hello. Guess what we've got?
A hideous degenerative viral infection resulting in copious amounts of asphyxiating expectoration, lack of productivity, and eventual lunacy?
Close. Guess again.
Is it a dark, seething need to crush everything good and wholesome?
You guys didn't get a lot of hugs this week, did you?
A newfound love of philately?
Are you legally allowed to ask me that?
Does it involve the slow dismemberment of cruel people who use their superior position to tease the weak and suffering?
No, it's the repaired Ultron.
Could it be? Have you really repaired the Ultron? How did you do it?
Funny thing, turns out the power switch is off. Just a simple matter of scouring the galaxy for the right precursor relics, that's all.
The Ultron emblazons images into my mind. Approach the stranger music as if it were a new skin for an old ceremony, it tells me.
I can see this is a private moment, so I'll just go.
Wait. The Ultron continues. Join the discovery of interminable luck. I don't understand that. What's this one? Bees eats oats for buttery enjoyment.
Sounds like it's still broken.
The Ultron is not whole. It's still broken.
I will get this Ultron working if it's the last thing I do.
Thank you, Captain. Here is the Ultron. Thank you.
Let's see, what can I do now?
ICOM online. Don't give up, sir. With time, League scientists will surely amass enough knowledge about the Ultron to effect its repair to the Utwig's satisfaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the resolution to getting the Ultron fixed. Well, it's kind of time gated, so I kind of done with that for now. But what else we got?
There is nothing constructive to offer at this time.
Okay.
ICOM.
In that case, I need more fuel. Who's got the best fuel? Urquan, you have a lot of fuel, and you've got a ship for me. I'm actually gonna bump up your stuff because nah, actually no, I'm not. I'm just gonna take the ship that you built, upgrade it. Actually, take some of your crew, beef this guy up. There you go. Back to the colonists. Actually, let me take 20. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it for the Urquan. Now I think I'm going to set the timer to full and wait for something to happen. Because at this point, I think we are kind of time gated. Oh, the Earthling is full of fuel, so I'll grab that.
Hi, Cap. Talk to you.
Yeah, if the fuel level ends in like double zeros, that means it's at full fuel capacity, so it makes sense to collect it. Double zeros and it's not, you know, incrementing. What do we got?
Exhortation. Attention, human. Dak-Tak-Lak-Tak have vital information for League about Eternal Ones.
I thought you weren't going to give me any information. I thought all information is only for the Dak-Tak-Lak-Tak.
Assertion. Cessation of sum total of galactic sentient life equals imminent.
Why are you telling us this?
Explanation. League and Crux must join forces to extinguish Eternal One summoning device before summoning device can activate.
Okay, that makes sense. How'd you find out all this?
Emphatic assertion. Eternal One summoning device equals Chimur race. Explanation. Chimur equal abomination designed for a single purpose. Phase 1.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Monitor the state of sentience in galaxy. Phase 2. Calculate time when galactic sentience reaches apogee. Phase 3. Release beacon to summon Eternal Ones. Phase 4. Assist Eternal Ones in subduing all sentient life and reaping sentience energy. Conclusion. League of minimally sentient races harbors and nurtures source of galactic destruction.
What proof do you have of such a charge?
Inevitable conclusion. Chimur must be bifurcated.
Come on, what proof do you have?
Assertion. Hybrid Chimur species must be restored to original races.
What do you mean?
Explanation. Historical record proves process of Chimur creation. Assertion 1. Chimur are hybrid race formed from synthesis of two races, Murnmurm and Chenjesu. Assertion 2. Mechanized Murnmurm equal innocuous plus non-hostile plus precursor-built devices designed to be subservient to Dak-Dak-Lak-Pak. Assertion 2 sub 1. Murnmurm come from precursor Mother Art, congruent to Dak-Dak-Lak-Pak origins. Assertion 3. Crystalline Chenjesu equal iniquitous Eternal One construct, designed to merge with technology built by greatest race in each galaxy. Assertion 3 sub 1. For Milky Way galaxy, race equals precursors, technology equals Murnmurm. Assertion 4. Chenjesu perverted functioning of Murnmurm through hybridization process. Assertion 4 sub 1. Records show that human from Earth assisted in creation of Chimur Summoner. Assertion 5. Murnmurm function equals amplification of crystalline beacon, summoning Eternal Ones to feast on galactic sentience. Conclusion. Hybrid Chimur species must be restored to original races before summoning can occur.
Yeah, that was a lot of assertions. The Chenjesu were a kind and protective species.
Further explanation. Assertion 1. Chenjesu equals oldest plus most technologically advanced species from League Galactic Quadrant. Assertion 2. All races of old alliance of free stars supposed to be equal, yet Chenjesu more important than other members. Assertion 3. Chenjesu organized League Galactic Quadrant to fight Urquan hierarchy of battle thralls before Urquan could prematurely deplete galactic sentience. Assertion 4. Human from Earth has no knowledge of true origins of Chenjesu. Conclusion. Hybrid Chimur species must be restored to original races before summoning can occur.
These are strong charges. Where's your proof?
Continuing explanation. Chenjesu equal Eternal One beacon. Assertion 1.
This is like conspiracy theory nonsense.
Chenjesu to require no food, but consume only light and minerals for maximum survival potential over eons. Assertion 2. Eternal Ones built Chenjesu to seek non-aggression for maximum survival potential over eons. Assertion 3. Eternal Ones built Chenjesu to overcome all technology created by lesser races, including Urquan slave shield technology. Assertion 3 sub 1. No other race could pass through or deactivate slave shields except Chimur. Assertion 4.
This just all sounds like conspiracy theories.
Crystalline Tallow race as a beacon, but Tallow were destroyed by Dinyari. Assertion 4 sub 1. Chenjesu equal Eternal One backup beacon. Conclusion. Separate the Chimur to prevent them from summoning Eternal Ones.
You guys are just jealous because the Chimur are a much more powerful mechanized race than you.
Announcement. Chimur bifurcation process. Phase 1. Dak-Tak-Lak-Pak will give Chimur bifurcator to human. Phase 2. Human returns to Chimur planet with bifurcator. Phase 3. Bifurcator separates the Chimur race into Chenjesu and Murnmurm. Conclusion. Galaxy equals safe from Eternal Ones.
I still see no concrete proof.
Assertion. They must be bifurcated. Conclusion. Chimur bifurcation process will occur without human assistance. Directive. Transmission terminated.
Well, I better go talk to the Chimur.
Captain, the League's armament is weak compared to our enemies. We can regain the advantage by building more Chimera colonies.
Got the matter under control.
What do you need from us?
The Dactac Lacpack say the Chimera are a summoning device for the Eternal Ones.
They are wrong.
The Dac said that the Chinjesu were more equal than your equals in the Alliance.
That is not a contradiction. Leaders are essential to democratic self-government.
Interesting. So, they don't, the Chimera do not believe in anarchist theory. The Dac said you only fought the Urquan to keep them from depleting galactic sentience.
They have lied.
The Dac pointed out that we have no real knowledge of the true origins of the Chinjesu.
They have lied. We evolved like most other sentient creatures.
The Dactac Lacpack said that your ability to defeat technology like slave shields proves it.
They are wrong. Having powerful technology is no proof of evil intent.
Were the Talo an Eternal One summoner?
We have seen no evidence to support that accusation.
Let's see, next. Previous. Yeah, that's what I thought, thanks.
What do you need from us?
That's it.
We await your return.
Okay. It is after 10. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and save the game. Stream end 9/21/23. Okay. And with that, I am going to call it a day. Here, let me move myself down here. And move on over here. You all have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for sticking around and watching me play this game. We'll have more of it on Monday. I might even beat it on Monday. We'll see. We're getting pretty far in this story, but yeah, Epicron, you're welcome. It's my general understanding that this story is not the most enjoyed one among the Star Control fan base, but I kind of like it, you know, and that may just be because, you know, I grew up playing it. There's nostalgia goggles and stuff, but we will continue it on Monday. So thank you all so much and have a lovely evening. Goodbye.